Testing.
Time.
The committee will come to order. Before we move to today's business, I'd like to take a minute to welcome our newest member, Representative Bob Turner, who was appointed to the committee just this week. He's a lifelong resident of the neighborhoods of New York's 9th District that he now represents. Congressman Turner won the special election in that district just over 3 weeks ago. He is known to many for his successful career as an executive and an entrepreneur in media and television industry, but he's I suspect that what he is most known for is his role as husband to Peggy for 46 years now, and she's a dedicated foster care nurse. He is a father to their 5 children and a grandfather to their 13 grandchildren. And we're glad that he has joined us. He is known for his charity work on behalf of adoption services in his area. And we look forward to his valuable contributions to the important foreign policy work of the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the weeks and the months ahead. So please join me in welcoming Congressman Turner with a brief round of applause. Do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Next time, you speak when I yield you the time. This thing gets flung over there. Mr. Berman, I don't know if you want to make any opening remarks.
Just join the chairman in welcoming you and look forward to working with you. And what's I sometimes refer to as, it's like going to graduate school where you don't have to take any tests or get any grades.
Well, thank you. Well, today we will have a pop quiz because we're going to proceed on to today's business. At the outset, without objection, let me note that all members may have 5 legislative days to submit remarks on either of today's bills for the record. Pursuant to notice, I call up the bill H.R. 2830, the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2011.
H.R. 2830 to authorize appropriations for fiscal years 2012 and 2013 for the Trafficking Victims Protection Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. In addition, without objection, the bipartisan amendment in nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Smith, which was previously provided to your offices and which all members have before them, is made the pending business of the committee, is considered as read, and is open for amendment at any point. I will now recognize myself for remarks on this measure, followed by my friend, the ranking member, the bill's author, Mr. Smith, and then any other members who seek recognition. As many here know, every year hundreds of thousands of people are trafficked around the world, most of them women and girls. Millions more are trapped within their own countries, forced to work in dangerous labor and sexual servitude. This form of modern-day slavery is an affront to human dignity, as well as a major source of revenue for international criminal syndicates. The scourge is not limited to a particular geographic region or only to developing countries. Ultimately, the tragedy of human trafficking lies not in statistics, but in the individual lives, hopes, and dreams that are being crushed for a particular person in a particular place today. I am proud of the bipartisan leading role that the House and this committee have played in moving the fight against human trafficking from a non-issue to a priority of our United States government. I especially want to commend the leadership of my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the author of the original Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which became law 11 years ago this month, who is the author of the bill before us today. I also want to recognize the long-standing efforts of the ranking member, Mr. Berman, with whom we worked on the last enacted reauthorization bill, the William Wilberforce Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, which he introduced in 2008. We can take some solace in the fact that these efforts have dramatically raised the international profile of this slavery and have prompted a number of countries to pass their own anti-trafficking statutes. There has also been a rise in the number of international prosecutions for trafficking, over 6,000 last year, leading to over 3,600 convictions. But so much more remains to be done. Trafficking arrests vastly outnumber prosecutions and convictions, and 22 countries have earned the dubious distinction of the worst Tier 3 status in the State Department's annual rankings, an increase of 10 countries since the last report. This means that those countries, which include the perennial rogues such as Iran, Cuba, and North Korea, are not trying to meet even the most basic anti-trafficking standards. For all of these reasons, this bill, which conditions and strengthens our anti-trafficking activities in a fiscally responsible manner, is vitally important. I want to thank Mr. Smith, Mr. Berman, and all of those involved with this bipartisan effort. I support Mr. Smith's amendment in the nature of a substitute and remain committed to moving his bill, H.R. 2830, forward. I now am pleased to yield to my friend, the ranking member, for his remarks on this measure.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you for scheduling the markup so promptly. For the last 11 years, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, authored by our colleague Chris Smith, has provided protection and assistance for victims of trafficking, authorized public awareness prevention campaigns, and strengthened the prosecution and punishment of traffickers. The bill before us today builds on the successes and lessons learned over the last decade. Many of us, including the author, supported a more comprehensive version of this reauthorization bill that was introduced a few months ago. Regrettably, that bill had to be scaled back due to cost and jurisdictional issues. Let me take just a moment to highlight a couple of important provisions from the comprehensive bill that will not be included in this version, the amendment in the nature of a substitute. One is the establishment of a Department of Defense Director of Anti-Trafficking Policies, and the second relates to foreign labor contracting. Both of these would have addressed the urgent problem of fraudulent and deceptive labor recruitment in the United States and among DoD contractors, particularly in Iraq and Afghanistan. Many of the contractors charge exorbitant fees for their services, forcing workers into debt bondage. Many of the workers are underpaid, ill-treated, and deceived about their conditions of employment. They're housed in atrocious living conditions, starved, and unable to leave the camp or return home as they have no travel papers. These kinds of problems are stark reminders that we need stricter regulation and monitoring of labor recruiters. So if we're truly serious about combating modern-day slavery in all its forms, we have to find a way to fund these programs. Having said that, this bill does include a number of important provisions that will help prevent, deter, and monitor trafficking in the U.S. and abroad. The bill calls on the President to support public-private partnerships to generate youth employment opportunities to prevent trafficking. It asks the President to prioritize initiatives for potential trafficking victims who are also refugees, internally displaced, stateless, victims of natural disasters, and other marginalized communities. It also requires the Department of Labor to report on the list of goods from countries believed to be produced by forced or child labor in foreign countries, as well as the United States. And it encourages the Department of Justice and Health and Human Services to make reasonable efforts to raise public awareness for the National Trafficking Hotline. These are just a few of the ways in which this bill will strengthen our efforts to fight the trafficking of persons worldwide. I commend the author for introducing it, the chairman for saying it for markup, and urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. At this point, I would like to recognize the author of this measure, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Human Rights, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you for scheduling this markup, for your strong support for this anti-trafficking legislation, and for your many inputs as we went and drafted it. And I want to thank Mr. Berman for being the prime co-sponsor, for his authorship of the Wilberforce Act just a couple of years ago. This is one of those examples, I think, where we can have very strong bipartisan cooperation to combat modern-day slavery in all of its forms, whether it be sex trafficking or labor trafficking. This is the fourth reauthorization of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, And we've learned many lessons over the past decade, and we have made great strides in combating this fundamental human rights abuse. Women, children, and men around the world continue to be victimized, and this effort is a very real remedy to that situation. It's critical we continue the United States leadership in efforts to end human trafficking, both domestically and abroad. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute, takes into account the extreme fiscal constraints that we face in our country and the need to reduce our federal deficit. Much to my regret, the cost of several provisions in H.R. 2830, and now the amendment in the nature of a substitute, necessitated their removal for consideration at this time. However, it is my sincere hope and expectation that important initiatives such as the creation of a special anti-trafficking office within the Department of Defense, something I've pushed for 8 years, failed every time, but we will stay at it until we get that, and a comprehensive mechanism to regulate foreign labor contracting will be back on the table when resources are available, and especially with the latter, when the Senate shows some interest in backing it. We know that there's very strong opposition to that. There is a GA report on the Senate version. Hopefully that will cause a change of heart over there. A number of important provisions for preventing and prosecuting human trafficking and protecting trafficking survivors do remain in this amendment. One would give the Secretary of State the authority to limit the validity of the passports of registered sex offenders to 1 year, or such period as the Secretary would deem appropriate. The need for this authority became apparent when the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, reported last year that over 4,500 registered sex offenders were issued passports in fiscal year 2008. And of course, they're good for 10 years. Who knows where they're going, what they're doing? We can only suspect. This includes an offender who was convicted of attempted rape of a child with special needs, and another who attempted sex with a 2-year-old girl. The State Department clearly needs this authority to limit the travel of such individuals who are likely to engage in severe forms of human trafficking in other countries. Furthermore, the amendment would authorize assistance to be used to protect vulnerable populations at risk of severe forms of human trafficking in post-conflict situations and humanitarian emergencies, provide additional tools to prosecute sex trafficking abroad, and increase monitoring of forced child or sex labor here in the United States. It also expands the information to be included in the Attorney General's annual report to include any contracts terminated by a federal agency as a result of human trafficking by a contractor, and whether any employees have been disciplined, terminated, or prosecuted for violating the zero-tolerance policy. I would also point out, and this came right out of your hearing, Madam Chair, when we looked at the Peace Corps and sexual violence that was being committed against women who were Peace Corps volunteers. It became apparent at that hearing, and I did ask some questions of the Peace Corps director, whether or not the Peace Corps was involved with the interagency trafficking task force. He said no. That legislation or that language is now included, so the director of the Peace Corps will become part of the task force. So thank you to all of my colleagues for their support. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Berman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Before we move to consider other amendments, do any other members seek recognition to speak on the underlying Smith amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Bass is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Ros-Lehtinen and Ranking Member Berman, for prioritizing the reauthorization of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Human trafficking continues to be a reality for as many as 27 million people throughout the globe. Fortunately, advocates, survivors, and dedicated members of Congress, like many in this room today, have shed light on this complex challenge and created laws to help stop this exploitation. I'm proud to join in their efforts to strengthen policies that prevent human trafficking, prosecute perpetrators, protect victims, and build effective partnerships. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Representative Chris Smith for his tireless leadership in combating human trafficking. Even before the first incarnation of the Trafficking Victim Protection Act in 2000, he has pushed to improve the ways in which the United States responds to human trafficking and has continually worked to implement creative solutions to prevent this exploitation. Representative Smith, I commend your diligence and dedication, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. I will now recognize Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe we must do our part to provide the tools to combat trafficking in persons both worldwide and domestically. However, while I am very supportive of the improvements made in this amendment and have great respect for my good friend, Chairman Chris Smith, the author of the bill, Chris Smith, and all of the work that he's done over the years on trafficking, and I agree with his objectives 100%. Having said that, I still think that there are some issues that I have concern with regarding the legislation. As a chairman of the Immigration Policy and Enforcement Subcommittee, I must state that I have some objections with several provisions of the bill under the Immigration Subcommittee's jurisdiction. While I know that we are not here to mark up these parts of the bill today, I must make it clear that the legislation does have what I consider some problems that need to be addressed before we move to the floor. I don't believe we can require law enforcement to grant continued presence within 15 to 30 days to an alien who may be a victim of trafficking. Law enforcement needs more time to verify an individual's identity, veracity of information, and so forth. We cannot afford to shift the standard so that all victim applicant has to do is claim they are trafficking victims to obtain continued presence. Because law enforcement cannot do the job under many of the provisions under the bill, I think we need to really be careful as we move this bill forward so that we don't compromise the objectives that I think most of us, if not all of us, share in Chris Smith's focus on doing everything humanly possible to eliminate or mitigate to the limits of our ability the issue of human trafficking. But we also have to be careful that we're not allowing individuals to use trafficking as a conduit to, as a claim and not just for real purposes. So I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes herself to say that she agrees with the gentleman from California, that he's right in stating that this committee's jurisdiction does not extend to the problem areas that he has alluded to. The bill has been further referenced to the Judiciary Committee. We will be marking up the bills that are under, the sections of the bill that are under our jurisdiction. And with that, Mr. Connolly is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. And I commend my colleagues, Mr. Smith of New Jersey and the ranking member, Mr. Berman of California, for introducing H.R. 2830. This bill authorizes appropriations for the next 2 fiscal years for the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. The TVPA created the State Department's Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons, TIP, an office which has supported more than 450 projects to combat modern human slavery in 109 countries. The office publishes the annual report, which ranks countries according to their compliance in combating human trafficking. No country is spared from being named and shamed in the TIP report. According to the 2011 report, the United States is the source, transit, and destination country for men, women, and children subjected to forced labor, debt bondage, document servitude, and sex trafficking. As recently as June of last year, an article in a Richmond-based magazine described the prevalence of such activity in the Richmond area. The article detailed a 2006 FBI case that involved Korean women being used in brothels from Rhode Island to Virginia. Similarly, there were reports in the Washington Post that year about massage parlors as fronts for prostitution rings. Such examples show how human trafficking takes place within our very own borders. But the United States has not been passive with regard to the issue. Over the last decade, the TIP office has actively fought human trafficking through provisions laid out in the Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection Act of 2010. The annual TIP report is a credible, detailed survey of violations in various countries. The Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons of the State Department, under the leadership of Ambassador Sidibaka, fulfills much-needed duties in the United States foreign policy apparatus. The TIP office works to combat the issue of human trafficking and is a great example of a government-funded investment that pays dividends. I look forward to supporting the underlying legislation and the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Mr. Poe is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act has brought great changes throughout the world. I strongly support this reauthorization and glad to be a co-sponsor. I commend Mr. Smith from New Jersey, the chairman, and the ranking member for bringing this to this committee. It is critical we continue programs to prosecute traffickers and protect the victims. Because of the TVPA, we can no longer be blissfully ignorant of this dastardly crime happening throughout the world and even in the United States. Countries all over the globe have been forced to take a hard look at trafficking within their own borders and create policies to address this crime. In my travels to Eastern Europe as a part of this committee, I've discussed with people there the issue of human trafficking, or slavery as it should be called. The way it works is this: young women who cannot find work or jobs learn through the internet or some ad in a local newspaper about employment somewhere else in the world, either in another country or even sometimes in their own cities. So they leave home, maybe from the nation of Ukraine or Romania, and they meet up with another person. It's usually a male, and he promises that he will take care of them, he will find them a job, and they will be happy. And of course, what they end up doing is becoming a piece of property, a forced individual into prostitution, a slave of this individual. The male does what he can to sell that young female into slavery and even slave labor. Back home, where the young female comes from, their families many times never even know what happened to their daughter or to their sisters. Sometimes then eventually, when the slave is of no use in the prostitution racket, she just disappears and without knowledge of her parents. This takes place in countries throughout Eastern Europe and other nations as well. But we cannot overlook the fact that human trafficking happens here in the United States of America. Here's the way it works here, and it happens in my hometown of Houston, Texas. Young women, either adults, but many times minors from a foreign country, are smuggled into the United States illegally by someone who promises that when he gets them to the U.S., he will have a job waiting for them where they can work and send money back home to their families. In some cases, these young women have actually paid the trafficker to smuggle them to the United States, expecting that job that they were promised. Once they're in the United States, they become the property of the sex trafficker, and he forces them into prostitution. And he uses threats against them. It's as simple as if they don't cooperate, the slave master will have the family killed back in their home country. So what decision does a 14-year-old girl make when she is threatened that her family will be killed if she does not cooperate? Tough decision. And many times they make the decision to continue in prostitution with the hope that their parents, their brothers and sisters, will not be murdered. The victim does not speak the language. She's in the United States, and the person says, cooperate and work for me, or you will be punished, your family will be killed. So they choose the alternative they think they have to choose and become a slave and traffic it into the United States and allow the person to use them as property in the trafficking business. What a dastardly deed that is occurring in this country and other countries. But thanks to the TVPA, these international victims now have access to services so they can help recover from their exploitation. And we cannot forget about domestic victims as well. Young girls from our own neighborhoods are being forced into slavery, many times sex slavery. Their childhood, their innocence is stolen in the name of greed by some slave master. We must ensure that these victims have access to services, and we must make sure that they are treated as victims of crime and not criminals and treated like prostitutes. Human trafficking is slavery, and as we fight for human rights throughout the world, we must fight to stop this slavery in all forms. Treat the young women as victims, not criminals, and then we need to take care of the customers and, of course, the traffickers and make sure they get their day in court. So I support this bill, urge my colleagues to do the same, and that's just the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Poe. Mr. Shabbat is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take a moment to commend the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for his work on not only this legislation, but for all the work he's done over the years in the area of human trafficking. I was traveling in South Asia last week, and on Friday had the opportunity to visit an orphanage in Kathmandu called Maite Nepal. The program benefits sexually abused girls, abandoned children, victims of trafficking, girls and children infected with HIV and hepatitis B, and returnees from Indian brothels, among others. It's a truly amazing operation that gives hope to women and girls who once had no hope whatsoever. And I have to say that visiting there was one of the more moving experiences that I've ever had. When I told folks there that I would discuss this when I got back here, the visit with Congressman Smith, who has worked on these humanitarian issues for many years, they all told me that they were actually well aware of Mr. Smith's efforts around the world. They were grateful for what he's done on behalf of exploited women and children, around the world, particularly in Nepal. So I just wanted to bring the gentleman best wishes from those as far away as Nepal who he has aided, and I commend him for offering this legislation today. And I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further requests for time, we will now move to consider amendments to the underlying Smith Amendment.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to underscore one aspect of this legislation. For the last 12 years before being elected, I was a district attorney. We worked exceedingly hard with local law enforcement, with state law enforcement, with regional officials, and particularly in the area of Boston, with special task force that were there. And our frustration during that whole time was we were at the last stage, the receiving end of trying to deal with this, and the frustration of saying more has to be done, not just at the national level, but also in the international level. So as we go forward with this legislation, I just want to commend the author, and I want to say that this is very important legislation. So often we deal with international issues here in this committee. This is one that will have an effect right back home as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing no request for recognition, we will now move to consider amendments to the underlying Smith Amendment. At this point, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments, which the ranking member and I anticipate will be non-controversial, be considered en bloc. And the amendments are in your packets. Amendment 30, offered by Ms. Bass, requiring a one-time report on Internet-facilitated trafficking. Amendment 59, offered by Mr. Royce, expressing the sense of Congress on trafficking in Cambodia. Amendment 49, offered by Mr. Murphy, directing the State Department Trafficking Office to encourage large business entities to publicly disclose their anti-trafficking efforts and policies. And Amendment 82, offered by Mr. Fortenberry, making amendments to Title IV of the 2008 Trafficking Reauthorization Act concerning child soldiers. Do any of the amendment authors wish to be recognized to explain their portion of the en bloc amendments? Mr. Fortenberry is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chair, for calling this hearing and your leadership in this regard. In 2008, at a markup for the William Wilberforce Trafficking Victims Act, this committee did something very courageous. We stated that the policy of our nation will be that children, no matter where they are, belong on playgrounds and not battlegrounds. Children should not be forced to become soldiers. And we would not sit idly by and passively underwrite this pernicious form of human trafficking known as child conscription. The problem now is this. National security waivers continue to be given to countries found guilty of this human rights abuse. We know that these waivers must be rare and temporary and meaningfully intended to help stop this pernicious practice. So this body unanimously passed an amendment to the State Department authorization bill to require the President to report to Congress 15 days before issuing another waiver as to what credible and verifiable steps are being undertaken in those countries to implement a plan of action to end the recruitment of and demobilize child soldiers. The State Department authorization bill also included language prohibiting the use of peacekeeping operation funds for countries cited for child soldiers violations. So, Madam Chair, my amendment today is simple. It simply amends Section 404 of the 2008 Trafficking Victims Protection Act to retain both of these provisions because strengthening our child soldiers policy is essential to our anti-human trafficking efforts. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
I yield.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. This is, all four of these amendments that are part of the en bloc amendment are very good amendments. I particularly want to mention that I think we should not be casually waiving the restrictions on child soldiers and providing military assistance. And I think both the notification provision and the requirement for some action by that government to start the corrective action of that situation is a pretty reasonable requirement for this. And I urge adoption of this and the other amendments in the en bloc.
Thank the ranking member for his support. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Fortenberry. Ms. Bass is recognized to explain her amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm offering a bipartisan amendment that will investigate and prevent human trafficking online. With the widespread use of the internet, the sale and trafficking of individuals has gotten easier and increasingly anonymous. While the internet has helped to connect the world, it's also created a haven for the exploitation of men, women, and children. Cloaked by computers, online traffickers and perpetrators can gain 24-hour access to vulnerable children and individuals. So the amendment calls for the State Department to spearhead an interdepartmental study on internet-facilitated trafficking and propose methods to prevent these crimes. You know, often when we're talking about trafficking, we're talking about children, young people, women around the world. But this also relates to people inside the United States, and in particular, children. I also wanted to thank Representative Shabbat and Representative Wolf for serving as the original co-sponsors of the bill, which is now, included as an amendment for this. But I also want to mention that another part, the language in the bill references children in the United States, and we did just launch a foster care caucus this morning with my colleague, Mr. Marino. We just came from the first meeting of that caucus, and I am excited that there's a part of this bill that has language in it that addresses how we essentially train the child welfare system, people in the system, so that they can recognize trafficking, since we know that a lot of young people in our own country are involved in trafficking, especially with the internet and the expansion of websites such as Backpage. So thank you very much. That's my amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bass. Mr. Royce is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to also congratulate Mr. Smith for his dedication in trying to call attention to this, but to also note that a number of NGOs and Dateline continue to focus on Cambodia and the fact that it is a magnet for those preying on the youngest. Predators travel halfway around the world in order to link up in remote Cambodian villages with children, some as young as 3. There's 30,000 children in that country that have been sold into this type of servitude. And my Chief of Staff, Amy Porter, traveled to Cambodia to work with these children rescued from the brothels there. And we've had a number of hearings in this committee and in the Lantos Human Rights Commission that have spotlighted these abuses. We've got the NGO groups that work in the country and the eyewitnesses reporting that the Cambodian government continues to actually hamper and get in front of these investigations and block these investigations. The local police and government officials are often pocketing very lucrative profits out of this. So it is time to go on record against these really horrific abuses that have become endemic there. And the State Department needs to hold Cambodia accountable. That's the sense of this amendment. It finds that Cambodia should be designated as a Tier 3 country. When I brought this up with Ambassador Lou Sidibaka to reconsider when they were downgrading Cambodia at a time when the situation was getting worse in country, they sadly indicated, well, this was the step they were going to take. They're taking the pressure off of Cambodia. We have to do exactly the opposite. We have to put them back up as a designated Tier 3 country, and that's what this amendment would do. And I thank you, Madam Chairman, for putting it in the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Mr. Murphy is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to Congressman Smith for his leadership on this bill. I think this bill at its foundation has the idea that our government and our State Department can do so much more to try to prevent the child trafficking and forced labor that is still endemic to so many places around the globe. The amendment that is included in this en bloc that I'm offering would recognize that we have another partner in this effort to combat human trafficking and child trafficking, and that is our corporate community. Already, some of the world's biggest and most expansive corporations have joined together in an organization called the Business Coalition Against Human Trafficking. It's Coca-Cola, J.P. Morgan, Delta, Body Shop, to name a few. And this amendment, which has as its genesis legislation offered by Carolyn Maloney, would encourage companies through the State Department to post on their website their policies for preventing forced labor, slavery, and human trafficking. And the amendment outlines a number of suggested steps that companies can take as part of that policy, whether it's requiring audits of their suppliers to make sure that their supply chain doesn't have any of these elements to forced labor or human trafficking, whether it be training for people in the supply chain to, again, make sure that they are dealing only with responsible and humane contractors and suppliers internationally. This amendment would simply try to encourage these big companies with over $100 million in global receipts to post on their websites the steps that they are taking. And we hope that this amendment would encourage major international companies with long supply chains that are not already doing these type of audits throughout their international business platforms to do so and then make those audits and make that information available. This really has to be a comprehensive effort at stopping human trafficking that starts with the government, that starts with the very good underlying bill, but it can also include a private consensus that is already developing around this business coalition that this amendment can facilitate. And I thank the chair and I thank the sponsor of the bill for allowing this amendment to move forward.
Thank you, sir. Do any other members seek recognition?
Just very briefly,
Mr.
thank
Smith is
Mr. Fortenberry, Ms. Bass, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Royce for their amendments. I think they all are very, very important additions to the legislation. I would point out to Mr. Murphy that the language that he is offering is an encouragement, and I think that's very important. Carolyn Maloney and I do have a bill in that parallels the California bill, which would be much more much stronger, but it would use the SEC rather than the trafficking office. And I have checked with Lucy DeBacca, our ambassador at large for human trafficking. He's very supportive of this effort, feels that they can accommodate it and do it. And again, it's an encouragement, so I think rather than something that's mandatory. So I think it's a good strengthening amendment.
Thank you, sir. Do any other members seek recognition on the en bloc amendments? Hearing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the en bloc amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the en bloc amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the trafficking measure? Hearing no further amendments, the question is on agreeing to the bipartisan Smith amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the underlying bill, H.R. 2830, as amended, is agreed to, and I now move that the bill, H.R. 2830, be reported favorably to the House as amended. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion to report favorably is agreed to. Without objection, the bill as amended will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating the amendments adopted by the committee, and the staff is directed to make technical and conforming changes. This ends the trafficking bill consideration, and pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2059 to prohibit funding to the United Nations Population Fund. The clerk will read the bill.
H.R. 2059, to prohibit funding to the United Nations Population Fund, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Section 1, Prohibition on Funding to the United Nations Population Fund. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Secretary of State may not make a contribution to the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA.
Thank you. The bill is read and open for amendment. As your offices were previously notified, before moving to amendments, I will recognize myself and the ranking member for general remarks on the bill, followed by the author of the bill, Ms. Elmers, and then any other members who seek recognition. This morning, the committee will mark up H.R. 2059, which prohibits funding to the United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA. The purpose of this legislation is simple: to prevent U.S. taxpayer dollars from benefiting coercive abortion and sterilization programs. China's policy of coerced abortions is one of the most visible and deplorable human rights abuses. It has contributed directly to the elimination of millions of young girls, which has increased the demand for trafficked women and girls in the region. But instead of condemning China's behavior, UNFPA not only supports China's coercive one-child policy, but commends it as a, quote, model, end quote, for population programs across the globe. In 1999, a UNFPA representative stated, quote, China has had the most successful family planning policy in the history of mankind in terms of quantity, and with that, China has done mankind a favor, end quote. Now, U.S. law is clear. The Kemp-Kasten Amendment, first enacted in 1984, states that U.S. assistance cannot be provided to any organization that, quote, supports or participates in the management of a program of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization, end quote. The late Congressman Jack Kemp had stated that UNFPA funding would likely be affected by his amendment, quote, because of UNFPA's involvement with the program of coercive abortions in the People's Republic of China, end quote. Pursuant to this amendment, 3 previous administrations have stopped assistance to the UNFPA. Justifying this cutoff of assistance, then Secretary of State Colin Powell stated in 2002, quote, UNFPA's support of and involvement in China's population planning activities allows the Chinese government to implement more effectively its program of coercive abortions. Therefore, it is not permissible to continue funding UNFPA at this time, end quote. The State Department has repeatedly found that UNFPA refuses to provide detailed information on its activities in China. In December of 2010, the Vice Minister of China's National Population and Family Planning Commission thanked UNFPA for, quote, its constant support to China's population and family planning undertakings during the past 30 years or more, end quote. UNFPA continues business as usual, and last year it approved another 5-year operational plan for China. Unfortunately, the Obama administration has failed to enforce U.S. law, claiming that the Kemp-Kasten Amendment does not apply to UNFPA. Accordingly, congressional action is necessary to prevent U.S. taxpayer dollars from continuing to benefit UNFPA in contravention of U.S. law. I would note that while some claim that UNFPA does not use U.S. funding for its programming in China, we all know that money is fungible. Directing U.S. funding to UNFPA activities in other areas of the world simply frees up other funding for their China program. There are far better uses of U.S. taxpayer dollars than funding for the UNFPA. In fact, UNFPA clearly does not need U.S. funding. Reports indicate that UNFPA has built up reserves and unspent funds of $500 million. UNFPA's annual report for 2010 indicated that its budget totaled $870 million, a record amount. So why, when Americans are facing a struggling economy, skyrocketing deficits, and crushing debt, should our taxpayer dollars go to an organization that supports coercive abortion and is flush with cash? Again, there are much better uses for taxpayer funds than sending millions to UNFPA. And so I thank the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Elmers, for introducing this important bill. I strongly urge my colleagues to support it in its current form. And I now am pleased to recognize the ranking member for his remarks on this measure.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you on this issue. We disagree. This legislation, like the State Department authorization bill we marked up in July, and the UN bill we will soon consider, I believe will undermine America's influence and standing in the international community. It is an example of civilian cut and run par excellence. Tragically, the bill takes aim at poor women and children in the developing world, women and children who all too often suffer from the effects of disease, war, rape, and a host of absolutely horrid conditions that few of us can even begin to imagine. Rather than helping these desperate people, as UNFPA seeks to do, this legislation makes them pawns in a debate over social issues that often seem divorced from reality. Indeed, I can think of few other organizations subject to more misinformation, misunderstanding, and outright falsehoods than UNFPA. I know that discussing UNFPA generates a lot of emotion among some of my colleagues, but that doesn't mean that passionate arguments should be allowed to trump the facts. UNFPA does not promote abortion as a method of family planning, period. UNFPA is guided by the Cairo Program of Action, which is quite clear in saying, I quote, "In no case should abortion be promoted as a method of family planning." All one has to do is visit UNFPA's website to find that, quote, UNFPA does not support or promote abortion as a method of family planning. And directly addressing the issue raised by the chairman, the State Department in the last administration, not the Obama administration, conducted an investigation of the UNFPA and found, quote, no evidence that UNFPA has knowingly supported or participated in the management of a program of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization in the People's Republic of China. In fact, the UNFPA opposes coercive family planning methods and opposes China's one-child policy. I know that for many here, UNFPA's own words and those of the State Department on this issue may ring hollow. So I'd ask you to consider the position of the late Henry Hyde, the author of the Hyde Amendment. When he was chairman of this committee, he passed a very tough UN bill through the House, which would have ended a great deal of U.S. support for the UN. But in his bill, he decided not to try to defund UNFPA. Today, we're being asked to permanently end assistance to an organization working to prevent cholera among pregnant women and people living with HIV/AIDS in Haiti, lowering the maternal mortality rate in Rwanda, protecting women in Kenya fleeing from famine and war across the Horn of Africa. Rather than lobbing another grenade in our culture wars, this committee should be working to strengthen maternal mortality prevention efforts, improve the capacity of health systems in the developing world, and protect women from rape as an instrument of war. If you want to prevent abortions, this is what we should be doing, and that is exactly what UNFPA does. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and at this point, I'm pleased to recognize the author of the measure, the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Elmers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all of the members who have helped to co-sponsor this very important bill. Madam Chairman, the American people have spoken. On May 31st, I introduced a bill to prohibit funding to the United Nations Population Fund, which was the winning UCUT program for that week. This bill, H.R. 2059, has now reached an important stage, making it to the committee for markup and review. It cuts $50 million from our foreign affairs budget by disallowing the Secretary of State to make a contribution to the UNFPA. The United Nations Population Fund, the principal unit within the United Nations for global population issues, is the world's largest source of population and reproductive health programs, without doubt. For the last 30 years, however, there has been contentious debate about whether the United States should financially contribute to the UNFPA because it aids China's coercive family planning programs and policies. In the 1980s, President Ronald Reagan withheld all U.S. contributions to the UNFPA after determining that it was supporting and participating in the co-management of China's population program. Under the Bush administration, as which was pointed out by Ranking Member Berman, there was subject to a State Department investigation. And yes, Mr. Berman is correct. However, that report also went on to say that China maintained coercive elements in its population restrictions in counties where UNFPA operates. China maintained coercive elements in its population programs in law and practice, and Chinese leaders viewed population control as a high priority and remained concerned over implications of socioeconomic changes. As a result, it was recommended that the U.S. should release not more than $34 million in previously appropriated funds, but that over time, it should monitor the allocation of this program, and subsequently, President Bush withheld U.S. funds from the UNFPA due to concerns that the organization supported or participated in what the administration viewed as a program of coercive abortion and involuntary sterilization in China. The Obama administration and the 111th Congress resumed contributions to UNFPA. UNFPA has been widely denounced for its involvement in China's one-child policy, which relies on forced abortion and sterilization. Whether or not you believe the U.S. should be borrowing money from China to fund UN projects in China, U.S. taxpayers should not be forced to fund the program that violates provisions in the Kemp-Kasten Amendment, which bans U.S. aid to organizations involved in the management of coercive family planning. Proponents of the program argue that the monies are separate and that we are throwing out good programs with the bad. However, in 2008, the State Department issued a report that showed clear violations because the UNFPA funnels money to the various Chinese agencies that enforce the coercive policy and forcibly abort and sterilize as a matter of standard operating procedure. If the Chinese wish to do such things, they should not expect funding from the United States hard-earned taxpayers. The American taxpayer deserves to know where their hard-earned money is going, and we must do our part to make people accountable. H.R. 2059 cuts $50 million from our foreign affairs budget by disallowing the Secretary of State to contribute to the UNFPA and deserves our support. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thanks, the gentlelady from North Carolina. Before we move to consider amendments, I'm pleased to recognize members to speak on the underlying bill. Mr. Connolly of Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, as you know, I have great and deep respect for you, but I do not have great and deep respect for this particular bill and this particular process. This is nothing short of a smear campaign against an international organization of which we're a member that promotes and protects the health of women and their children all over the world. The State Department report referred to is the 2008 State Department report. The 2009 State Department report actually determined that there is no violation by UNFPA of the terms of Kemp-Kasten. The facts, however, don't matter, because we've decided to make UNFPA a symbol of our support for a particular cause, irrespective of the consequences. Some of the loudest voices in this committee who champion the human rights of the unborn, and to their credit, had real trouble, however, supporting the same human rights for those who were born but happen to have a different sexual orientation. I was at this dais that night when we couldn't get some of the loudest champions of this particular cause to embrace that particular cause. And from my point of view, a human rights violation is a human rights violation, irrespective of status. So consistency isn't our strong suit here, but picking on the UNFPA as an easy target, irrespective of the fact that its record is clean, and what it's doing to protect women and women's health is essential, without which we are going to jeopardize the lives of women in developing countries all over the world. And the consequences, very real, doesn't matter, because we're making a big political point that will energize our base, and the consequences be damned. So I'm not going to support this bill, and I will have an amendment later to try to make sure that at least one aspect of women's health is protected, Madam Chairwoman. I think this is a sad day for this committee.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would.
Just because in this general debate, I think the point you made deserves some affirmation. The author of the bill makes the argument that because UNFPA operates in municipalities and counties in China, where the Chinese government or the local governments practice coercive family planning practices, that they are culpable. The logic of that escapes me. Are the American companies who do business in those counties or municipalities of China culpable? Are the American tourists who visit that culpable? Without having a nexus between what UNFPA does and in the specific practices, that argument just doesn't hold water, and I think the committee should reject it. Don't hold UNFPA responsible for what a sovereign country does, as obnoxious as it is, unless you have an allegation of advocacy and support that has not yet been presented.
Reclaiming my time, thank you, Mr. Berman, for that insight. I would also point out that if you actually look at the record of accomplishments since UNFPA was actually founded as a specialized UN agency, and you look at fertility rates and birth rates in the developing countries, more and more families have successfully been able to plan and space children. Infant mortality has dropped. Survivability has increased. The family planning efforts combined with the health efforts and initiatives to protect women's health, especially pregnant women and new mothers, has actually paid off huge dividends in both improving the status of morbidity and mortality in the third world and in making sure that child survival rates have significantly and dramatically improved. And we're about, in passing this bill, to turn our back on all of that progress because of a political issue that I think does not hold up under scrutiny, as you suggest, Mr. Berman. With that, I yield back.
Oh, may I?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I would like to address, Mr. Connolly, thank you, and to Ranking Member Berman. Again, as you have pointed out, that is not my assumption. That is actually the 2002 Bush administration investigation, which, and I will read on here in my 19 seconds left, that the $34 million previously appropriated funds to the UNFPA until China ends all forms of coercive cohesion of law and practice, and that no U.S. government funds should be allocated to population programs in China, and that appropriate resources, possibly from the U.S., should be allocated to
Mr. Connolly's
monitor.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you
for
very
5
much,
minutes.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in strong support of Ms. Elmer's legislation. Thank her for offering it and for the courage to stand up for women in China. You know, it's interesting, 3 days after President Obama was sworn in, he directed the administration to resume funding for the UNFPA. So there was no careful analysis as to the complicity of the UNFPA in the barbaric one-child-per-couple policy. China's one-child-per-couple policy constitutes massive crimes against humanity. The sheer magnitude of the loss of human life, the babies as well as the women's lives who have been utterly hurt, and I'll get to this in a moment, by this policy has no parallel in human history. The one-child per couple policy has made brothers and sisters illegal. Illegal. Imagine that. Any member here who has a sibling or has more than one child, the government of China tells you when and if you can have that child and under what circumstances, because you don't necessarily get a birth allowed certificate just because you want to have a child. There are no single moms in China. Let me say that again. Single moms are forcibly aborted. I held my 30th hearing on human rights abuses in China, and just 2 weeks ago, Chai Ling, the great human rights activist who was the Tiananmen Square hero, one of the most wanted people by the government, testified right here, or in 2200, I should say, and talked about how she had been forcibly aborted 3 times. 3 times, because she was an unwed mother. And that is part of their rules. I would ask members to read the regulations, look at the national policy, and most importantly, look at the 2008 report that was done by the Department of State. John Negroponte, Secretary Negroponte, pointed out, and this is, I think, the crutch of it, or the key. UNFPA program, this is his words, all UNFPA programming related to contraceptive and reproductive health incorporates and defers to Chinese law and regulation. The national law and provincial regulations are the framework for China's coercive birth policies. China, the UNFPA, comports, implements, supports, and if you look over the 30 years of what the UNFPA has done in China, it has been to aggressively defend the one-child per couple policy to all comers. Critics here in the Congress, critics anywhere in the world, and now in particularly South-to-South work, they are actually exporting child limitation policies to Africa and elsewhere. The Population and Refugee Assistant Secretary, Deputy Assistant Secretary, asked a series of 38 questions to the UNFPA back in 2008. There is no transparency. We are not told, and we're not told, what it is that the UNFPA does in China, what their teaching materials are made up of, and when asked about audits and internal reports, we were told to pack our bags. We will not tell you. These are all confidential. So we're expected to fork over $50 million of hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and they won't even tell us what they're doing, what the teaching materials look like, and the bottom line is, what is the consequence? Broken women and dead babies. I would finally just say to my colleagues that I hope that members will read this report. You know, we're talking about a dictatorship. We're talking about a UN agency that has aided and abetted a one-child per couple policy that we would never accept in the United States, that no democracy, I don't think, would allow to happen. And yet, because it's a dictatorship and the UNFPA can operate under cloak and concealment and not provide information, again, there's no transparency, women are being exploited as never before. 500 women per day commit suicide in China, according to the World Health Organization. At my hearing, I had 3 women who had been forcibly aborted, and they told their horrific stories about how they were told, you are out of plan, you don't have permission to carry this child to term, therefore you will be aborted. Again, look at what the UNFPA does in China. They completely and totally adhere to Chinese law. They're just following orders. When did we hear that before? I hope members will join with Ms. Elmers, support this legislation, because when Mr. Berman, and I certainly respect the ranking member, we have other programs that we can provide money to for important life-saving maternal health and the like. UNFPA has disqualified itself.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Deutsch of Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, saying that the UNFPA supports the one-child policy in China doesn't make it so. But I would like to talk about what the UNFPA does support. What the UNFPA does to really stand up for women's rights and human rights. And I'd like to talk about two of the areas that, that often aren't addressed. The first is the leadership role that this body has played in combating female genital mutilation. Female genital mutilation comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia. What does it mean to women? It is a violation of human rights. It's a violation of human rights of girls and women. It reflects a deep-rooted inequality between the sexes. It constitutes an extreme form of discrimination against women. It is nearly always carried out on minors. It is a violation of the rights of children. It also violates a person's right to health, security, and physical integrity, the right to be free from torture, the right to be free from cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment, and the right to life when the procedure results, as it often does, in death. There's a lot of debate that's going to take place here about China's one-child policy. This organization doesn't support that. My colleagues have made that clear, and the debate, I suppose, will continue. But this organization has taken a leadership role in stopping female genital mutilation. Between 100 and 140 million women worldwide have undergone this procedure. 3 million girls each year face the prospect of female genital mutilation. Because of the work that this body does, that this bill wishes to defund, because of the work that they do, 6,000 communities throughout Africa and the Middle East have abandoned the practice. We can't turn our back on this important work that stands up for women's rights and helps protect women's lives. Madam Chair, that's not the only area that unfortunately is often ignored, the work that the UNFPA does. I would also point out that this organization, this body, is likewise a leader internationally in stopping obstetric fistula. Fistula is another serious problem in the poorest countries in the world. Again, we don't often talk about that because we get carried away in other debates. The fact is, where mothers give birth without any medical help, in many cases, if a woman's labor becomes obstructed, she'll endure days of painful, prolonged labor. Her baby is unlikely to survive. If the woman survives, her body is literally broken by childbirth. Uncontrollably leaking bodily waste, these women are shunned by their families and communities. So many of them are young girls. There are a lot of people in the nonprofit world who are focused on preventing fistula, which can be prevented. But it is this body that this bill seeks to defund, which has taken a leadership role. There's going to be a lot of heated debate over the course of this hearing, Madam Chair, and I appreciate it. But too often, we lose sight of a lot of the good work that is done every single day by organizations that some choose to demonize. In this case, these two issues, stopping fistula, stopping female genital mutilation, are vitally important to preserving the rights of women and children around the world. This body, the UNFPA, has taken a leadership role and for that reason needs our continued support. I oppose this legislation, Madam Chair, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to focus on these two issues. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Schmidt is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think it's our responsibility to ensure that the money that is spent from our hardworking taxpayers is done in accordance with the laws. The UNFPA refuses to supply the United States with detailed information regarding its programs and activities in China. We have a responsibility to know how our money is being spent by organizations here and abroad. China's one-child policy breeds a culture of forced abortions and an involuntary sterilization, in addition to parents aborting their daughters in hopes that their sole child will be a boy. It is brutal and coercive and should in no way be assisted or enabled by U.S. tax dollars. This is the worst cruelty that can be imposed upon a woman. By essentially ignoring the Kemp-Kasten bill, what sort of message are we sending? By funding UNFPA, which has a history of giving to organizations like Maria Stopes, an organization that partners with National Population and Family Planning Commissions of China, a message is sent that the U.S. doesn't take coercive abortion and other human rights violations seriously. That is not a message I would ever want to send to our hard-earned taxpayers. Defunding UNFPA was a you-cut winner voted on by the American public. The American people understand what the current budget situation is here and sent a message to us, their elected officials, to spend their tax dollars more wisely, cautiously, and effectively. According to a report prepared by the Norwegian government, the UNFPA has a reserve of over $480 million in 2010, which is approximately the same amount as their regular income of 2009. In our current budget situation, we have no business supporting organizations that have the necessary cash on their own. It is argued that this money is not going to abortions, coerced or otherwise, but we know that money is fungible. And when we can't get an accurate accounting from the Chinese government as to how that money is being used, then that money should be taken away. There's an argument that the UNFPA does a lot of good things, and I agree that it does, but those can be paid for separately. And finally, we can take our money and use it elsewhere for other programs within the UN and other places. And if this program is so important, then let's let other member countries stand up and fill this gap. But Madam Chair, it is imperative that our hard-earned taxpayer dollars from the hardworking Americans is used appropriately, efficiently, and responsibly. We are at a place now where we have very serious concerns about how China is using this money. We have no accountability of how China is using this money, and we need to use this money in a better way to help people, not just in the United States, but around the world, because all life is precious. Unborn, born, poor, elderly. And it is our responsibility as a moral nation under God to respect life in all cases and all instances. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Payne is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And let me express my strong opposition to this amendment. I would like to certainly speak in opposition to this legislation, which would eliminate funding for the United Nations Population Fund. Last week, my office hosted a meeting with a group of women health leaders. They worked in health services from Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, and Tanzania. And they were participating in a two-week conference hosted by the Center for Development and Population Activities. The women told devastating stories about the impact of inadequate family planning on their lives and the lives of poor and rural communities in Africa. They spoke of the devastating impact of multiple unwanted pregnancies on the health and economic livelihoods of the mothers. They spoke of the trauma of unsafe, self-induced abortions, the pain and stigma of fistulas, the terror of gender-based violence. They talked about overstretched, overburdened, run-down health systems that can't meet the basic material health needs of their communities. And at the end of the meeting, they asked us to share their message today to those who wish to end family planning programs in Africa and the developing world. They want you to know that women of Africa want healthy babies. They want the ability to space their births. They desperately need family planning commodities in rural and poor communities. Women don't often have a real shot at improving the quality of life for themselves. As a matter of fact, since the program has been in existence, infant mortality is down. Life expectancy in Africa is increasing because of the fact that there are spaced children, and that it's not felt that they need to have 8 and 10 children in order to ensure their future. And so they asked us to increase its commitment to life-saving family planning in the U.S. And to work for maternal health and child survival programs. So today I ask that we take their point of view into consideration as we debate this issue. We know that our constituents also have a point of view on our foreign aid spending, and we owe it to them to be honest about where their taxpayers are going. We've always heard about this overburdening of the taxpayers of America, but let me tell you about the truth of last year's U.S. contribution, $40 million, about 1/100th of 1% of our budget. Now, we know that 1/100th of 1% is very important, because then twice that is 2/100th of a percent of the budget. However, I think when we talk about this cost to American taxpayers, we are really kind of overstating the situation. These programs help women develop healthy babies, provide post-rape care and emergency obstetric care in post-conflict and disaster situations, help to end the practice of female genital mutilation, prevent obstetric fistula, and prevent unsafe abortions. The truth is that UNFPA does not provide assistance for abortion services or abortion-related equipment and supplies as a method of family planning. I will say again, UNFPA's work reduces the need for abortion and the whole question of voluntary family planning. I'd also like to mention that we do hear so much about the China policy, which I totally oppose. One child, you know, it's illegal to have a brother or sister. But I always see us lavish with the Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers. I never hear the business people who talk about this coercive one-child policy, people that support many of folks on the other side. So I see the inconsistency. Why don't we tell our business community, why don't you raise this issue as we raise it here? With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Ms. Burkle is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2059. Our country has an obligation to spend our taxpayers' dollars wisely. And I would say, first of all, if this is such a good program and they're not involved in China's coercive abortion policy, then they should just supply the detailed information that they've been asked for by the State Department. Their failure to provide what we have asked for is not transparency, and certainly leads one to believe that they're not being honest and forthright with how they're spending the money. I think even more than that, by ignoring Comcast, the U.S. government sends a message to oppressive governments that coercive abortion and other human rights violations are not a big deal. We not only give a green light to abusive governments to continue to abuse their people without fear of repercussions, but we also signal that we will fund organizations and support them and subsidize their programs. That's the wrong message to be sending. Those are not principles consistent with the United States of America. I yield back my time.
Would my friend yield?
Yes.
I thank my good friend for yielding. And just a quick response to my good friend from New Jersey. You know, I actually raised the issue of China human rights abuses and coercive population control at the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce annual event here in Washington, and I bring it up all the time, and I also show the nexus with what population control particularly the missing girls, 40 to 50 million missing girls in China today. If ever there was a crime of gender, it is sex selection abortion, where a girl is targeted because she is a girl and then aborted. And in China, that is so rampant. And so I have raised it at the Chamber of Commerce, I said to my friend. But Ms. Burkle brings up a very, very important point about lack of transparency. I mentioned those 48 questions, 38 questions that were posed by the Population, Refugee, and Migration Bureau in 2008. And I would ask members to read those answers. When asked about what Marie Stopes International, the implementing partner for UNFPA in the health area, was actually doing, UNFPA responded, "These are internal documents, and as such are for internal use only. Audit reports are internal management tools and are of a confidential nature." So we don't know what they're doing. They are absolutely non-transparent, and yet they want 50 million U.S. taxpayer dollars to carry on what clearly, and let me also say, and my friend will continue yielding, look at what UNFPA spokespersons, including the executive director, Dr. Sadek, former executive director, say. They heap praise on the one-child per couple policy. In 2002, Dr. Sadek got an award from the National Family Planning Organization in China, the state-run organization, for their work. I met with Pang Peiyong, the woman who ran the program for years on one of several trips to China, protesting a myriad of human rights abuses in that country. She kept saying over and over and over again in that conversation, the UNFPA is here, they don't see any coercion, they support what we're doing. Not only do they support it, they are trying to export it to other countries under the guise of child limitation policies. So this is a very serious problem. I also say to my friends, yes, UNFPA may do some other things, but so do other multilateral organizations, so does USAID. Our dollars ought to go where we are not in any way complicit with these crimes against women. And that is not a smear, I say to my friend. These are crimes against women and children. Let's not forget, at the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal, forced abortion was called, rightfully so, a crime against women and a crime against humanity. It is no less a crime today. And in scope, in the vastness of its implementation in China, through its laws and regulations, which the UNFPA absolutely adheres to. That was the finding by the State Department in 2008. There's been no change. They have carried the water of the Chinese government. They live within those parameters of those laws. One child only. And yet, when we ask questions, they say, it's confidential. We can't tell you what we're doing. I do believe that on behalf of the Chinese women and all those children who have been slaughtered and the Chinese women who have been so cruelly exploited, that the leaders of the UNFPA ought to be at The Hague for their complicity in these crimes. These are gross human rights abuses.
Would my colleague yield for a question?
Be happy to yield.
Ms. Burkle's time.
Yes.
And it's 5 seconds.
I wonder if my friend from New Jersey would favor disinvestment of all U.S. businesses in China with the same logic.
Thank you. Ms. Burkle's time has expired. Mr. Cicilline is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Ms. Cicilline, could I have 3 seconds?
Sure.
Right. I would just like to tell my colleague from New Jersey that you are the exception to the rule. I have to agree that you are consistent with the Chamber of Commerce, and so I will want to have the record straight that I was not criticizing you per se, because I have heard you criticize the Chamber. I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Certainly everyone is entitled to their own opinion and their own beliefs and to have strong opinions and beliefs, but the facts matter, particularly when we're dealing with issues of life and death. And UNFP does not support the one-child policy of China. UNFP does not provide abortion or abortion-related services. Those are the facts, and that matters. In fact, what makes those assertions particularly disturbing is that UNFP does just the opposite. One of the basic tenets of UNFP is to promote voluntary family planning and oppose all forms of coercion, targets, or quotas. So that is not the policy that UNFP, the One China rule, is not the policy, obviously, that they embrace. And in fact, the governing principles are just the opposite. The United States was instrumental in the creating of UNFP in 1969. And today, their work reflects our commitment as a country to saving lives, to slowing the spread of HIV and AIDS, and to ending horrific practices like female genital mutilation. And most importantly, to promote health of women and children in 151 countries around the world. And it's based on our longstanding belief that women deserve access to quality maternal and reproductive health care. And what has UNFP done? They have, in a single decade, contributed significantly to reductions in maternal death in countries all over the world. Nearly every day, 1,000 women die in pregnancy, and almost all of those are preventable if they have access to quality reproductive health care. And so this bill today would eliminate those programs, would eliminate the possibility to provide the kind of care that has saved so many lives, that has done so much to end this hideous practice of female genital mutilation, has done so much to deal with injuries of obstetric fistula and other debilitating diseases. And so while I know there's been a lot of discussion about the one-child rule, and obviously that is something which is an anathema to everything that we believe in as a country, that is not what this bill is about. This bill ends all funding for UNFP, for all of the programs that are helping to reduce deaths during pregnancies and childbirth, in helping to deal with disease and the transmission of disease for some of the most vulnerable populations all over the world. That's what the bill is about. There's nothing in here about one-child China policy. In fact, it will end all of the incredibly successful and hard work of UNFP. So the consequences of passing this bill and the impact it will have on children and women all across the globe should cause everyone to reject this piece of legislation. There is no question that if this bill passes, it will surely result in harm to women and children by ending important and life-saving access to reproductive health care and family planning. We should not do that. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. And I would like all members to give me some hand signals if you wish to be recognized. Mr. Poe is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see this legislation as a situation where the UNFP does not want to be transparent about their records. Why is that? They have something to hide. Maybe something's taken place that we as Americans don't agree with. There are other reasons why this legislation, I think, should pass, and specifically one reason is China's one-child policy, which I think is an awful disgrace to the nation of China and their government. I'll yield time to Ms. Elmers.
Thank you, Mr. Poe. And I would just like to follow up with some of the concerns that have been raised. And I think the overwhelming piece or point, I agree, facts do matter. To Mr. Cicilline, facts do matter. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we do not have. The UNFPA does not provide us with facts. And Ranking Member Berman, you had pointed out that there are falsehoods and that there are misinformation about how this money is spent. I could not agree more. And that is exactly the reason that we have put this bill forward. Because when the American people were asked, what is this situation? What would you say about cutting back on spending? This was it. Why? Because of the practices it supports, because of the lack of facts, because of the lack of information. You know, we've also heard about the good work that UNFPA participates in, things like working against female mutilation. Well, my question to you is, enforced abortion, mutilation is part of that. What about that point? What about some of the other organizations that help to prevent? As been pointed out, USAID has programs against the fistula prevention. these are all things that I think the American people are aware of, and they understand. You know, in the past, in 2000, and according to a 2008 report, when funding like this has been withheld, the European Union has come forward. In the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Spain, Luxembourg, Japan, UK have all come forward to help in these efforts. Why is it on the burden of the hardworking American taxpayer that they continue to fund a program that we know so little about, that we know participates in the Chinese one-child policy? They enforce this. Now, whether or not the UNFPA says that they agree with that, money is fungible. The money gets put where it needs to go in these practices. Now, this is the issue. Regardless of where you stand on these issues, I'm a woman, I'm a nurse. There's nothing I believe in more than women's health. The fact of the matter is, the American people are forced to pay for a practice in other countries that we know nothing about. And that is the issue here. The American people have spoken about this. They have told us that they want an end to this wasteful spending, that they are participating in acts which are horrific. And I applaud the concerns that have been brought forward in this debate. I understand that there are some good things that get done, but by far, the inhumanitarian efforts that are put forward in things like this that the American taxpayers are being forced to pay for outweigh any of the minimal benefits that we've seen. Again, I say that because there are other organizations that help in these efforts, and the American taxpayer should not have to be forced to pay for this. And I yield back my time.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
It's Mr. Poe's time. Mr. Poe?
Yes. I'll yield.
Thank you. I would just ask the sponsor, she just indicated there are lots of good things, or there's some good things that UNFP does. Would you acknowledge then that your bill would prevent those good things from continuing? Because it eliminates funding in its entirety.
Mr. Poe would have to yield
I
to
yield to
Ms.
Ms. Elmers.
Well, unfortunately, that is correct. And the reason that is so significant is because of the lack of information that we have been able to obtain. Now, I agree. That is unfortunate. However, there are other organizations that come forward in this aid. This is not the only form of funding for these needed agenda items. Thank you.
Mr. Poe?
I yield to Ms. Schmidt.
Ms. Schmidt is recognized for 10 seconds.
There is some money in the account that could pay for those programs right now, and it doesn't preclude other countries from funding this agency. So in answer to your question, yeah, there's other ways to pay for those good programs.
Mr. Poe's time is
expired.
Done. Thank you, Mr. Poe. Mr. Engel is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Look, everyone who's speaking this morning is heartfelt and feels very strongly about it. I am what you would call pro-choice, but I do understand my friends on the other side of the aisle. Many people who have spoken this morning are good personal friends of mine, and I understand the heartfelt feelings that those on the other side of the aisle have expressed regarding abortion and regarding all the things they've said. I oppose the bill because I just don't think this to me is like using a meat axe to get at everything because some are annoyed at some of the programs that have. I mean, some of us are also annoyed at the United Nations in general, and I think it's time, frankly, to reassess a lot of the U.S. contributions to the United Nations, because the United Nations has not been balanced and fair in a number of instances, certainly in the Middle East, in the Israeli-Palestinian question, and in other questions as well. Those of us that have fought against dictatorships, and whether it's in Cuba or other places, we get frustrated with the United Nations because they seem to tilt on the side of dictators, and also it irks me, let me talk about me, that the United States pays the yeoman's share of contributions to the UN, and yet the countries of the UN kind of spit in our face, and it's kind of annoying. So some of that, I think, is inherent in this argument, and of course, the major thing is the whole abortion issue. I think UNFPA does do good work. I think access to contraception, my personal feeling, is important for women, particularly in the third world, and women's health care is critical for individual health and family well-being, and I just think that's important. So the UNFPA promoting voluntary family planning. It doesn't force anyone to do family planning, but it's voluntary family planning, and does oppose all forms of coercion. I think it's a program that should be continued. It doesn't mean that we should keep writing blank checks. It doesn't mean that we should not monitor it. I think some of the concerns that have been voiced on the other side are legitimate concerns, and I think we need to monitor things, because I don't think that the United States can keep pouring money and not have any kind of oversight. I don't think that's right either. But I think to cut off the funding to UNFPA, again, is like taking a meat cleaver when all we need to do is ask questions and do it in a much more general way. So I oppose the bill, but I do hope we can keep the dialogue going. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engel. The chair will recognize herself just to make a note. I know that we have some members who would like to speak, but I know Mr. Connolly had indicated that he has an amendment, and I think many of the arguments that perhaps our colleagues will be making could be applicable to argue on the Connolly amendment. Unless there's an overriding need to speak at this time, perhaps we could move to the amendment process. If Mr. Connolly offers his amendment, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure that our arguments will be applicable to that as well. If that is all right, then we will have several amendments. So if the clerk will read any member would like to be recognized in order to offer an amendment. Mr. Connolly is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
And then
Chairman.
Ms. Bass and Mr. Cicilline.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
I do not have the amendment. Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia. In Section 1, insert, quote, "and except as provided in Section 2," end quote, before, quote, "the Secretary of State," end quote. Add at the end of the following, Section 2, exception. Section 1 shall not apply in the case of contributions to UNFPA to carry out activities to prevent and treat cases of obstetric fistula.
Madam Chairman?
Mr. Connolly is recognized. Well, the chair reserves a point of order and recognizes the author for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
I thank the chair. And given what the author of the defunding of UNFPA indicated in terms of her continuing commitment to women's health, and that her intention wasn't to deny the legitimate activities of UNFPA with respect to that health, I would hope she could support this amendment. This amendment addresses a very difficult subject, especially in developing countries among women, called obstetric fistula. For those who haven't heard of the condition, a fistula is frankly a hole. An obstetric fistula is a hole between the digestive tract and the reproductive tract. It is life-endangering. It can lead to the natural abortion of a fetus, and it can lead to ultimately the illness, sickness, and death of the carrying mother. If this were a rare occurrence, I suppose some might be able to turn their head and ignore it. But it's not rare. It's estimated that more than 2 million young women live with untreated obstetric fistula in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa alone. Each year, 50 to 100,000 additional women are affected by obstetric fistula. How does it happen? In general, it happens because of prolonged labor without prompt medical intervention, usually a cesarean section. The risks of damage are heightened by pregnancy at too young an age, by harmful practices such as female genital mutilation and by the lack of timely access to obstetric care. So fistulas are actually preventable. They can be prevented by expanding access to family planning, skilled birth attendants, and emergency obstetric care facilities. The risk can be reduced by things like improving girls' nutrition and conducting educational campaigns. And when you prevent obstetric fistula, you also reduce infant mortality, something I know Mr. Smith and others absolutely share a concern about, since most cases of fistula end up with a stillborn baby. Not only is obstetric fistula preventable, Madam Chairman, it's treatable. Fistula can be completely repaired up to 90% of the time if survivors have access to trained surgeon at a hospital providing fistula repair. The average cost of such treatment and postoperative care is about $300 in these countries. Sadly, most women with the condition do not know that treatment is available or they can't afford it. UNFPA is one of the world's leaders in addressing this problem. In 2003, UNFPA and its partners launched a global campaign to end fistula with the goal of making obstetric fistula as rare in developing countries as it is here in the industrialized world. My amendment is simple. If the money is used to prevent or treat obstetric fistula, we would provide that exemption for the overall ban on funding of UNFPA, and I would yield to the distinguished ranking member.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Between you and Mr. Deutsch, you've made a compelling case.
I thank the gentleman and yield back, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The chair yields herself 5 minutes. And certainly the services in Mr. Connolly's amendment, there are noble goals, but the amendment presumes that whatever good activities the UNFPA conducts will cease unless it receives our U.S. taxpayer dollars. And that's simply not true. And I'm sure that we will have a series of amendments, not just on fistula, but there will be a series of other services that UNFPA provides, and they will use these services as cover to continue their practice. Given recent reports that UNFPA may be sitting on $500 million in unspent reserves, it appears unlikely that they will run out of this money, and that probably will be able to resume their activities with whatever money they have still to spend. And further, UNFPA's noble goals are tainted by the fact that they are listed in this amendment and in many amendments to come for no other reason than to justify funding an organization that supports and participates in the management of China's unthinkable, brutal one-child policy, a policy in which women are snatched out of their homes, forced into a clinic, and held down while their baby is killed and extracted from their bodies, all while UNFPA likely provides financial support to the agency responsible for these terrible abuses. Instead of boldly speaking out against one-child policies at every opportunity, UNFPA gives cover to the Chinese government. Regardless of what UNFPA claims, UNFPA does not enforce, monitor, or certify that UNFPA funds are not going to force sterilization and coerced abortion. UNFPA does not hold recipient governments accountable, and it refuses to share their records. Remember, fistulas on one continent simply cannot offset participation in the most draconian population control program on the globe. Fortunately, USAID already has a program for fistula prevention and repair, and the millions of dollars currently going to UNFPA could more transparently and effectively be directed through our bilateral assistance programs. One day fistula will be eradicated worldwide, and when that day comes, I hope that we will be proud that the scourge of fistula was eliminated without using the suffering of women in Africa and other parts of the world to justify and mask the unthinkable suffering of women who are subjected to forced abortions in China. I'd like to yield my remaining time, and then he will get his own time, to Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment and associate myself with remarks of the gentlelady, the chair of the committee. In the late 1990s, I began an effort after being made aware of obstetric fistula by Dr. Wally from Modern Care to get a program that would combat fistula. I asked the Clinton administration, I asked the Bush administration, I finally got legislation passed as an amendment in my bill, H.R. 2601, that established a fistula program. The gentlelady from Florida was the chief co-sponsor. It passed the House, failed in the Senate. I then talked to Kent Hill, who was then the head of health for USAID, and said, we've passed a program to combat obstetric fistula. Will you do it administratively? You have the authority, just do it. He did it. We now have a USAID fistula program that has spent over $70 million. It has repaired 20,000 women, mostly in Africa, and it has a preventive capacity to it as well as a repair capacity, and 30 USAID-supported fistula repair centers operate in 11 countries. We have built a capacity. UNFPA does some things on fistula, does some things on other things that some might think are important, but frankly, the massive crime of forced abortion should not be overlooked and somehow put under the table because somehow they're doing something else somewhere else. We have a fistula program. I started it. And I believe deeply, along with the gentlelady from Florida, who was the co-author of that legislation, that that's the way to go. If UNFPA was stealing money, would anybody here on either side of the aisle say, oh, let's look askance with regards to their huge thefts, and we would find another NGO, another regional body to give our money to?
Thank you.
And in this case, we're doing it on fistula.
Mr. Fortenberry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, Madam Chair, I simply want to concur with what you said. You most capably and aptly and frankly beautifully laid out the case that we do not have to be complicit with this agency as they are complicit in China's one-child barbaric policy. But at the same time, we have a certain level of responsibility to the international community, and as Mr. Smith just stated, we can use our own funds and direct them in a way toward the essential and important goal of helping the victims of this fistula difficulty, as well as other programs out there that will, again, be targeted to the poorest and marginalized, particularly women who are hurting in need. But to simply say that the conduit has to be the United Nations Population Fund, I think it is a point of disagreement here. There are many people who would be deeply troubled after learning about this hearing as to what's been said, and I think it's appropriate to remove taxpayer dollars from that organization, but continue to look for creative ways, as Mr. Smith has done through his extraordinary leadership, to help the world's most vulnerable. That, I'll yield.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Payne is recognized for 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Do any other members seek recognition on the Connolly amendment? And if not, the chair withdraws the point of order, and hearing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the Connolly amendment that is before you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Connolly.
Respectfully, I would ask for a recorded vote on that.
The clerk will, a recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? No. Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? No. Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Royce? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Rivera? No. Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers?
No.
Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne?
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Serres? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Royce votes no. I haven't finished the roll yet.
If we will allow the clerk to finish the roll, and then we will ask if all members have been recorded.
Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Aye. Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Manzullo, you are not recorded. No. Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Royce, you are recorded as voting no.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Ackerman? Aye. Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chairman, on that vote, there are 21 noes and 12 ayes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. Are there further amendments on this bill? Ms. Bass has an amendment. The
Madam
clerk
Chair.
will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059 offered by Ms. Bass. In Section 1, insert quote, "and accept as provided in Section 2," end quote, before quote, "the Secretary of State," end quote. Add at the end of the following, Section 2, exception. Section 1 shall not apply in the case of contributions to UNFPA to carry out activities to reestablish reproductive and maternal health services in areas where medical infrastructure and such services have been destroyed by natural disasters.
Ms. Bass is recognized to explain her amendment.
Madam Chair, this amendment will allow the United States to continue working with the Population Fund in disaster areas to help reestablish maternal health services. The amendment would continue funding, again, for critical health services after a natural disaster. For example, after the tsunami in '05, the Population Fund moved rapidly to protect maternal and reproductive health and to ensure the security, hygiene, and dignity of women and girls throughout Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. In Indonesia, for example, the fund continues to provide hygiene kits, medicines, and medical equipment. In the aftermath of the Haiti earthquake in 2010, the fund worked closely with clinics on the ground to assist pregnant women who were struggling to stay alive and deliver healthy babies. My amendment aims to protect women's reproductive health after a natural disaster strikes. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you very much for your brevity, Ms. Bass. It is so greatly appreciated. Do other members seek recognition on this amendment? Mr. Shabbat is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentlelady, first of all, from North Carolina, Ms. Elmers, for offering her excellent legislation. I can't think of a better way to save $50 million in American taxpayer dollars than by prohibiting funding the United Nations Population Fund. As my colleagues know, the U.S. For quite some time withheld funding to the UNFPA, a leading proponent of China's unconscionable one-child policy. That changed in 2009 when President Obama reinstated funding to the UNFPA. Since then, the taxpayers of the United States, a majority of whom oppose taxpayer-funded abortion, have unwillingly allocated $145 million for this abusive policy. I would like to again thank my colleague from North Carolina, Ms. Elmers, for offering her thoughtful legislation. You know, we talk a lot about human rights around here. This legislation is all about human rights, the fundamental right to life. I wholeheartedly support it. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I would ask the gentlelady from North Carolina, would she like to speak to this amendment or her amendment specifically?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Shabbat. There again, you know, wonderful intention to continue funding, especially in those countries that are faced with those natural disasters, as our own country has been faced with. But there again, we're faced with a situation where all too often the taxpayer dollars are not being spent wisely because we don't know what is taking place. And although, again, as the chairman has pointed out, there are many situations which I think we all support on a humanitarian level, the fact that there is such lack of transparency in this program, that why should the American people continue to pay for it, especially when there are other sources of funding that are available, and, as the chairman has pointed out, $500 million of surplus that can be used for these actually needed efforts. And I agree. You know, there are many, you know, it tugs at our heartstrings whenever we hear these issues, but the overall riding issue is the abuses that are taking place, and this is what the American people are calling out to us as elected officials to take care of and to recognize and to stop the continued funding of their hard taxpayer fund. So thank you. Again, to the gentlelady, I am in disagreement with your amendment, although I know your intentions are more than honorable. I yield back.
Reclaiming my time and having had the opportunity to interact with the gentlelady from California, the former Speaker of the House, I would agree that her intentions are honorable. Nonetheless, I have to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shabbat. I would like to yield 5 minutes to Mr. Berman, who will speak in favor of the amendment, and then I will recognize him for a unanimous consent request to make it easier for our members in terms of voting. Mr. Berman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I support this amendment very strongly. But I'd like to engage Ms. Elmers, the sponsor of the legislation. And here, I'm quite serious in trying to understand, particularly given your last comments, what our differences are. I think there's a general consensus that China and areas of China, forced abortion, coercive population control, one-child policy are going on and are odious to us and constitute violations of fundamental human rights. You've acknowledged that UNFPA does many good things that have nothing to do with that, but there's been a general allegation that the UNFPA supports those practices as opposed to the services we think of. I've heard vivid descriptions of the outrage of China's practices. But I haven't heard UFPA. But you just referenced that part of this problem isn't so much we have specific evidence of what UNFPA has done as there is a lack of transparency, so that if they're operating in a country where these odious things are going on, we should cut off the funding. I'm wondering if you could share with us what is the information that you seek that you're not able to get? What is the, give me in some detail the problem with the transparency? And I say this honestly because I think.
Would my friend yield?
I asked Mr. Elmers, whoever.
No.
But
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yes. Well, you've pointed out some fine points. In fact, you've outlined in your opening comments the lack of information, the misinformation that is out there, and this is exactly the point. And I would reiterate to you again that this was the winning you-cut proposal that the American people, please, if I could just maintain my...
Let me just reclaim the time because it is my time. I want to understand what is the information. No one has told me about something UNFPA has done that constitutes a coercive family planning practice, a forced abortion, or one child. No one has made such an assertion. Okay. What they have said is they're operating in a country where that is going on, and then you have added, and we don't know what they're doing there. There's a lack of transparency. And I'm trying to find out what is it what is this like? What have you tried to get that you haven't been able to get?
Well, let me outline to you John Negroponte, then Deputy Secretary of State, June 26, 2008, State Department determination denying U.S. funds to the UNFPA that, and I quote, all UNFPA programming related to contraception and reproductive health incorporates and defers to Chinese law and regulation. This is the Chinese law that is in place for the one-child policy, and the UNFPA adheres to that. The national law and the provincial regulations are a framework for Chinese coercive birth policy.
What does UNFPA, reclaiming my time, what do they do? My guess is American companies, American tourists comply with all kinds of Chinese laws. What does the agency and its people do in China that holds them culpable for the odious and outrageous practices of the Chinese government? That's what I'm trying to get my hands on.
I will once again point out, one, the lack of transparency, but I would like to further that with a statement from Sven Burmester in 1999, a UNFPA representative talking about the Chinese population control programs. His quote was, "China has had the most successful family planning policy in the history of mankind in terms of quantity, and with that, China has done mankind a favor," end quote.
The gentleman's time has expired, and I know that
Madam Chair, if I could just say a word or two.
Let me just say we were going to entertain a unanimous consent to roll the votes because it seemed to be easier for our members, but apparently we want to keep on voting. So I will continue to recognize members who wish to speak on the amendment that is before us. And then we still have Mr. Payne's 2 amendments. We have a Cicilline amendment, and we have a Keating amendment. And a Murphy amendment. Mr. Smith is recognized.
Madam Chair, first of all, let me say to the sponsor, I deeply respect her and thank her for her good work. The other day when we were at the White House, I thought it was excellent that she was working on foster care. But let me just say as well that I was in Banda Aceh, I was in Sri Lanka, and also visited Phuket after the horrific tsunami in 2005, as she pointed out. UNFPA is not the only player in town. There are large numbers of NGOs, large numbers of private voluntary organizations, government health departments and the like, all who have capacity, who provide much needed and often compete for very scarce dollars for virtually every program that we provide. We always have more people asking for money than those that we are able to fund. The UNFPA, we argue, disqualifies itself pursuant to the Kemp-Kasten law that says very simply that any organization that supports or co-manages a coercive population control program is precluded funding. It is to say that all family planning, absolutely bright line in the sand, must be voluntary, and also we would hope would be non-abortive, because abortion is not family planning. It takes the life of a baby, as Planned Parenthood itself admitted in the 60s after that child's life has begun. So money that doesn't go to the UNFPA is reprogrammed for maternal health care or some other program somewhere else. It's not like the money is lost somehow in the system. And in the past, we have had amendments that suggested that it ought to go to this program or that program in order to ensure that vital programs like fistula repair are funded. UNFPA, though, as Van Burnmeister, as Ms. Elmers just mentioned a moment ago, they have been saying China is the model. They're not saying don't coerce, don't exploit women. They're saying China is the model. I have met about 100 women, both in China and at all of those hearings I've held, including the one just a couple of weeks ago, 3 of whom were forcibly aborted, and you hear them tell how the government so aggressively coerces. It starts with economic disincentives, fines and penalties, and if the woman persists, she is literally dragged in. There has been no record of the UNFPA saying, publicly or privately, they don't tell us what they do privately, that they have tried to stop this. Instead, they say to all comers, they whitewash these crimes, frankly. They say to everybody who's a critic that this is the program that needs to be emulated. God forbid that we have one child per couple policies, no, I won't yield, all over the world. Because, and you look at what just recently at a summit in Cancun, Ted Turner said we need a world, including the United States, with a one child per couple policy. That means brothers and sisters are illegal. In dictatorships, it'll be very easy. Obviously, it'll be a lot harder to get that implemented in a democracy like the United States or many of our European friends. We've asked, the administration previously, PRM asked, does UNFPA training include explicit prohibitions against using coercive measures? No answer. They were asked exactly what is Marie Stopes International, the health implementing partner, doing. They were told in this Q&A that that is confidential, we can't tell you. So we see all of this support for the Chinese family planning program. We see awards going to the executive director of the UNFPA from the China State Family Planning Organization. It's not rocket science to say they are complicit. They are supporting it. And as I said before, the woman who ran it, Pang Piyung, I got a rare meeting with her when I was in Beijing. She kept telling me how the UNFPA is here on the ground and sees no evidence of coercion. Please, if you believe that, I'll show you the Brooklyn Bridge. It is horrific. Take the time to know what's going on the ground. It's all about defending women. They can't fight against. Look at Chen Guangzhen, the blind activist lawyer, who is under house arrest along with his wife, has been beaten to a pulp repeatedly by Chinese secret police, went to prison, and what was his crime? Defending women in Lingli province who were being forcibly aborted. And they absolutely threw the book at this man. And then we want to give money to an organization that is also on the ground, like Chen Guangzhen, who are saying this is what not only China should continue doing, but also what the rest of the world needs to emulate. And believe me, in Africa and elsewhere, the lessons learned, negative lessons at that, are being promoted all over Africa. Child limitation is the means to an end, and of course in dictatorships, it absolutely includes coercion, just like in China.
Thank you. Do other members seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Bass requests a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll. This is on the Bass amendment.
Madam Chair,
No.
the chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Aye. Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Serres? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Fortenberry?
Mr. Poe?
Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Madam
If
Chairman,
the clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chairman, on that vote, there are 13 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. Mr. Payne is recognized to explain his two amendments to offer.
Thank you. Amendment 647 is at the desk, and while they are distributing it, I'll move on for the benefit of the time. Madam Chair, this amendment that I introduced with Mr. Keating grants the President authorization to support UN FPAs in their work to promote the access of women, unaccompanied minors, and other vulnerable people to vital services, including access to water, sanitation facilities, food, and health care, as well as support services to prevent and respond to gender-based violence in emergency and conflict situations. As you know, UNPF is a critical player in the emergencies, and whether it's armed conflict, famine, or natural disaster. Some 60 million people are currently internally displaced and lack basic human necessities. Most vulnerable in these populations, of course, are women and children. They account for over 75% of displaced people. In conflict zones, more women die from childbirth complications, preventable diseases, and malnutrition than from the actual violence that is occurring on the field. Failing to target and treat these women has consequences beyond the individual and often threatens the child. More than 15% of all pregnancies have complications requiring emergency obstetric care during delivery. However, in times of crisis, obstetric care is often overlooked, increasing child mortality and vulnerability to HIV. Last 2 decades, the number of natural disasters has quadrupled, and the number of people affected by these disasters has increased by 76 million. Over the last decade, an additional 100 people per hour has become displaced due to conflicts. Now is not the time to reduce the support we provide to the most vulnerable among us in emergency situations. UNFPA is on the front line, saving lives of men, women, and children, newborns, and that is why I urge you to support this amendment. And Madam Chair, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Here, see no other members requesting recognition, the chair will, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, may I have a recorded vote?
Mr. Payne asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? No. Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? No. Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers?
No.
Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne?
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Sherman?
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Aye. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Serres? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Poe? No. Mr. Poe votes no.
Mr. Rohrabacher?
Mr. Rohrabacher votes no.
Mr. Turner?
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no.
Mr. Deutsch?
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 13 ayes and 23 noes.
The noes have it. The question is not agreed to. Mr. Payne is recognized for his next amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 658.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Payne. In Section 1, insert, quote, "and except as provided in Section 2," end quote, before, quote, "the Secretary of State," end quote. Add at the end of the following, Section 2, exception, Section 1 shall not apply in the case of contributions to UNFPA to carry out activities in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
We will wait 1 second until the members have the amendment, and then I will recognize Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My amendment, as has been indicated, grants the President authorization to support UNFPA's activities in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The infant mortality rate in the DRC is 78.43 deaths per 1,000 live births, which of course makes the DRC one of the highest incidents of infant mortality in the world. UNFPA is on the ground in the DRC combating this in a number of ways and working to make motherhood safer. Ensuring there is a skilled birth attendant and access to emergency obstetric care are some of the simple solutions UNFPA employs to prevent the complications from becoming debilitating and life-threatening. In the DRC, half of all the women will have a child by the age of 19. Child bride faces greater health risks and experiences real physical violations and trauma as her young body is forced to deal with early sexual activity and the strain of pregnancy and childbirth. The UNFPA is working across the DRC to educate people about how delaying childbirth for even 5 years would have immense health benefits to women. In this war-torn country, rape and sexual violence plague the population. The UN has declared DRC to be the rape capital of the world. I recently returned about a month or so ago from 3 camps where rape victims lived and the hardship that they lived with and their children. It was just heart-wrenching. UNFPA has been aiding survivors of sexual violence throughout the country for many years by providing everything from medical care to legal assistance. UNFPA has also trained thousands of troops in the armed forces and from the UN on how to deal with and assist rape victims. UNFPA has entered refugee camps, including Camp Kabaki, to provide condoms, STD test kits, as well as treatment for STDs. It also provides kits for rape victims and clean delivery kits. UNFPA is on the front lines fighting for human rights. I ask you to please support the UNFPA's work in the DRC by voting yes for this amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Do any members seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing no request for recognition, the question occurs. Yes, Mr. Ackerman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd just like to ask Mr. Payne a question. Does any of this money go to abortions?
Absolutely not.
Could somebody explain if none of this money is going for abortions and it's going for only those good purposes that Mr. Payne outlined, why would somebody object to this amendment?
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be delighted.
And again, very good question, and one that I think has been reiterated over and over and over again today. You know, good things in one part of the world does not offset human rights abuses in another. If the UNFPA truly does care about...
This is only for that part of the world.
Again, and this goes to Mr. Payne's actual amendment about human rights and the UNFPA supporting human rights efforts. If they truly do believe this, and they truly do believe in the rights of women and families, children, then they will start by pulling their assistance to the Chinese population control agencies. and
But
stop the strong
I take
support of
your-
it.
I take it your argument goes to fungibility?
Absolutely, sir.
Would my good friend yield?
I have a hard time reconciling how we apply standards here. And I understand all of the sensitivities of the issue. But if there were, let me first just state that I'm a very strong believer in separation of church and state. Nonetheless, like a lot of us, I support providing funds for certain religious institutions so that they can use it for transportation or general education within church schools, church-supported schools, despite the fact that money might be fungible, so that we could provide general services for the good things they do. Nobody makes the case that because a particular church or religion may have some people running amok and abusing children, that until that policy stops, we shouldn't be doing the good things that that church or institution or religion might be doing, because that money is fungible. How do we reconcile that? And I know that it's not an official policy of the church, but certainly cover-ups some people consider an official policy. And I know that everybody on both sides decries those abuses if indeed they do take place. But why do we not cut off those funds until that organization, I think you said, cleans up its act internationally?
Would my good friend yield for a question?
I would.
Mr. Ackerman, over here. Following your logic, Mr. Ackerman, I agree with what you're getting at. If we're going to buy into guilt by association, no proof that the party that's the subject of legislation has done anything wrong, but just the fact that it operates in another country where we think some things have been done wrong, we believe they have been, that's good enough. And this issue of fungibility, wouldn't it logically follow, Mr. Ackerman, that we ought to be actually marking up legislation to require the disinvestment of all U.S. companies in China because money's fungible, and guilt by association, the fact that they're there, automatically makes them complicit in a policy we abhor?
I think I get your point, and I think you get my point. I don't think anybody else gets it. I think there's a lack of consistency here, and I understand the sensitivities, and I don't think any of us want to cut off money for doing good things, and you don't want to condemn everybody for everything when there are policies that are obviously or seem obviously to be taking place, either in commission or in covering those up. And I don't know how you punish good acts that are done by good people because of things that you might believe are bad things to do.
Mr. Ackerman, would you yield?
I would.
Yeah, I would just ask, and I could appreciate the feelings of people who are very much pro-life, but I would implore some of you to visit a place like the DRC where people live on volcanic rock, women who have been raped, who stand up before you and tell you about their situations. I think it might have a little different
Thank you. The
view.
gentleman's time has expired, Mr. Ackerman's time, and a gentleman, Mr. Smith, is recognized who knows a bit about this issue.
Well, first of all, as my good friend and colleague from New Jersey knows, I have been to the DR Congo, not only chaired several hearings on it, the violence against women and the like. I went to Goma, and I visited several NGOs that were working and doing Herculean, outstanding efforts expended upon women who were subjected to violence and women who experience obstetric fistulas. And Heal Africa, for example, is doing magnificent things. They're not UNFPA. There are other organizations that, if the United Nations Population Fund insists on aiding and abetting coercion and violence against women in China, and then seeks to export that model elsewhere, including to Africa. As you might recall, 3 years ago, the health ministers of most of the sub-Saharan African countries were invited to Beijing And under the auspices of the UNFPA and the coercive State Family Planning Council, we're told if you want to have economic prosperity, the means to that end is to limit the number of children. Paul Kagame from Rwanda came back, and he's talking now about a 3-child per couple policy, and you only get there through coercion. Women and families will always want to have children, and the government then steps in and says, you can't have that child. Mr. Berman said earlier that there's no consensus for what China is doing. I would agree, but that doesn't apply to the UN Population Fund. They like the program in China. They say it repeatedly, publicly. They tell me that. So, you know, after a while, they train family planning cadres. So their consensus is to support, enable, aid, and abet this horrific crime against women. And again, for an NGO or some group that we don't support, we provide that money to another group, like in the DR Congo, where other organizations are there. And as I also said, with Fistula, I worked very hard to build capacity within USAID. So we have complete transparency, accountability, so that, you know, those monies are going where we can say, how much did we spend, what did we do to try to mitigate the misery and pain suffered by fistula victims. We have no such accountability whatsoever with the UNFPA. They take our money and then slam the door in our face. That's no way to run an NGO, a multilateral organization, or a UN organization. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Hearing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the Payne Amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Payne requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Serres? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Burton, you are not recorded. Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye.
Sorry, Ms. Bass?
Ms. Bass votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chairman, on that vote, there are 14 ayes and 23 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. We have a Cicilline amendment, possible two amendments from Mr. Keating. Mr. Cicilline, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I actually have two amendments at the desk.
Two
I'd like
amendments
to
at the desk.
begin with Amendment 649, which is co-sponsored by Congresswoman Allison Schwartz.
The clerk will report the Cicilline-Schwartz amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island and Ms. Schwartz of Pennsylvania. In Section 1, insert, quote, "and accept as provided in Section 2," end quote, before, quote, "the Secretary of State," end quote. Add at the end of the following, Section 2, accept.
Thank you. The chair reserves a point of order, and in the interest of time, I'd like to recognize the author for 5 minutes to explain the amendment while the amendment copies are being given out.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam.
Cicilline.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am strongly opposed to this underlying bill, but hope that passage of this amendment will mitigate the detrimental impact of this legislation on women's reproductive health all around the globe. UNFPA is the organization that provided safe delivery kits to women in the days after the 2004 tsunami in Asia, so that thousands of women could give birth safely in the aftermath of this disaster. UNFPA leads efforts to eliminate obstetric fistula, distribute effective contraceptives, prevent HIV and AIDS, and deliver healthy newborns. United States funds are essential to the continued provisions of these types of services. In addition, some of the benefits of U.S. international family planning assistance include 37.4 million women and couples receiving contraceptive services, 11.7 million unintended pregnancies are prevented, there are 5.1 million fewer abortions, and 32,000 maternal deaths averted. If the United States stops funding these crucial life-saving initiatives, we can expect more unintended pregnancies, more abortions, and more maternal deaths. For these reasons, I'm offering an amendment that would allow the U.S. to continue to contribute to UNFPA's work in post-conflict and disaster situations by providing and distributing equipment, medicines, supplies, and expertise, including safe delivery kits and hygiene kits, to ensure safe childbirth and emergency obstetric care. UNFPA provides safe delivery and hygiene kits to ensure safe childbirth and emergency care to those most vulnerable. Complications of pregnancy and childbirth are a leading cause of disease and death among refugee women and of childbearing age. UNFPA responds to emergencies in a broad range of situations and settings. The conditions may be hostile or hospitable, politically charged or on the path to peace, but they are never easy. In the aftermath of the earthquake in Haiti in January of 2010, the needs of 63,000 pregnant women were met through dissemination of safe delivery kits that were provided with UNFPA's support. After unrest in East Timor damaged or destroyed almost every medical facility, UNFPA worked with NGOs to distribute equipment for clinics and supplies, and basic supplies such as soap, plastic sheeting, and even a razor blade for cutting the umbilical cord of a newborn. Whether the emergency is due to violence, as in Timor, earthquakes, as in Haiti, or a hurricane, as in Guatemala, UNFPA stands ready to assist pregnant women in this time of compounded vulnerability. And I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to oppose the underlying bill, but this amendment will ensure that in those circumstances of emergencies, that the UNFPA can continue to carry out activities that provide and distribute medicine, supplies, expertise, equipment that will include safe delivery kits and hygiene kits to ensure safe childbirth and emergency obstetric care. And I hope that everyone can support this amendment. This is an opportunity to be certain that in those instances where we have an opportunity to really help in the safe birth of a child, that the UNFPA will continue to be able to devote resources to those activities. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Ackerman is recognized.
Yeah, I have a question for the author of the amendment, Mr. Cicilline.
Yes.
Does your amendment promote abortion?
Absolutely not. In fact, it specifically refers to ensuring the safe childbirth and emergency obstetric care.
Does it pay for abortions?
It does not.
Does it encourage abortions?
It does not.
Does it help provide for safe deliveries and live births?
Yes.
So this is a pro-life amendment?
It's absolutely a pro-child amendment.
Does anybody think that this is anything, this specific amendment is anything but a pro-child being born live and safely amendment? If not, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Hearing, yes, Mr. Berman.
Again, I rise in support of the amendment. The only thing specific that I've heard regarding UNFPA and support for Chinese coercive birth control, forced abortion, one-child policies is a statement from a UNFPA employee in 1999. That employee was let go. The current executive director and the past 3 executive directors have come out publicly and forcefully against the practices in China for all kinds of reasons, including the fact that these policies are used to indicate sex preference in terms of who is going to be born or not. Again, the horrible consequences of a horrible policy. It sounds to me like a gross distortion to make the contention that somehow, because they are operating in China, they are complicit in the practices that we, I think by strong consensus, share here. If the logical extension of what you're suggesting with this amendment is, let's repeal MFN status for China, let's go to the leadership of the Republican Party to schedule the markup of a vote on a bill to deal with China's manipulation of currency fluctuations. Let's stop export subsidies to China. If the notion that because we do things in the normal way with this country, even though they have these policies, is the logic here, you got a lot more to do than cut off the funding of UNFPA. I'd be happy to yield.
Since the ranking member first asked the question earlier in this hearing, earlier in this markup, we've also heard, and I'm not sure the ranking member was here for all of these statements. We've heard that the UNFNA supports the one-child policy, that it co-manages the one-child policy, that it says the one-child policy should be emulated. We've heard that it repeatedly speaks in favor of the one-child policy, and I would join with the ranking member for some support that actually is consistent with these statements and is inconsistent with the State Department's own conclusion that the UNFNA never supported the policy of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization. And I yield back to the ranking member.
I yield back to you.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Just to remind members, the finding by the U.S. Department of State in 2008, after an extensive review, and I would invite members to avail themselves of reading that, said that all UNFPA programming incorporates and defers to Chinese law and regulation. Well, in this, if you would take the time with respect to my friend to read it, the regulations are all laid out, not all of them, but many of them, the federal regulations and some of the...
Would the gentleman yield?
No, in a minute. And some of the county regulations make it very clear that one child is the norm. There are very, very few exceptions. And the UNFPA, in order to operate, to train family planning cadres, for example, is there any evidence that they have said coercion has no place? The Marie Stopes International actually has the health program for the UNFPA. Our State Department asked repeatedly, exactly what are they doing? And they said, UNFPA, we won't tell you. When we asked for the family planning programs, we've trained tens of thousands of cadres on how to implement this policy. When that was done, we said, where are the training manuals? What did we do? They said, call Beijing and get it from them. Not UNFPA Beijing, but the state family planning. And that never was forthcoming. So that's the problem. No transparency. They have aided and abetted this. They are
How have they aided and abetted it?
By supporting it. They're on the ground supporting
Where?
it.
Why do you say that? Give me the facts.
Well,
If
the
we
facts
could
are-
go through the
I've said it
chair,
several times.
thank you.
I've said it several times.
Will the
Thank
gentleman
you.
yield for a question? Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, I'll yield.
And I don't think that this is repetitive. It is one thing to suggest that the abhorrent China one-child policy is in place in a country where the UNFPA offers services to help maternal health.
Reclaiming my time. They can't operate outside of the
It's
regulations
Mr.
of the
Smith's
government laws. They don't. They're in tune with them, in sync with those regulations. That makes them a part of it. We've asked them repeatedly, leave China.
Well, no.
And we
Mr.
wouldn't be having
Smith
this
will be
argument.
glad to yield to you if he so chooses.
If I could,
I'll yield.
it's gentleman yield. Thank you. There is a difference between that argument and stating that the UNFPA co-manages the one-child policy, says repeatedly around the world that the one-child policy should be emulated. There's simply no evidence for that.
UNFPA executive directors have gotten awards. They have said it is a totally voluntary program. I mean, that is denial of
Will the
human
gentleman
rights
yield?
abuse.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to yield.
According to a Secretary of State Colin Powell 2008 report, UNFPA supplied cars and computers to China to carry out their population control policies. Look it up. I'll give you the site.
No, Mr. Deutsch, no. Mr.
the
Smith
gentleman
has the
yield?
time.
Madam Chair, I yield back to Balance.
Yes,
We are
thank
getting
you.
repetitive.
Would the
Thank
gentleman
you.
yield?
The gentleman yielded back the balance of his time. And do any other members seek recognition to speak on the first Cicilline Amendment?
Madam Chairman?
Ms. Schmidt is, someone over here?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Connolly is recognized, and then Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you. First, I'd yield to Mr. Ackerman.
Mr. Ackerman?
I have a question of our colleague, Mr. Smith. Does the UN abide by the laws in every member country?
Mr. Ackerman, you are not allowed to ask Mr. Smith. Mr. Connolly may give time to Mr. Smith. It's Mr. Connolly's time.
Mr. Connolly, may I ask Mr. Smith a question?
Certainly, Mr. Ackerman.
Mr. Smith, isn't it the rules of the UN to abide by every country's laws?
I would yield to Mr. Smith.
My hope would be that any UN personnel, any member agency, voluntary agency, UNFPA, for example, if there's a country that's practicing torture, for example, the UN police, the peacekeepers should in no way be complicit in that. That is the issue here. And if a country were to say,
reclaiming my time, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Connolly?
Yes, Mr. Ackerman.
Could I ask Mr. Smith if we should boycott Google because they have to obey the laws in China?
I would yield to Mr. Smith.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm the one who asked Google, Yahoo, Microsoft, and Cisco here to testify and introduce legislation to hold them to account because they had no transparency either in their enabling of censorship in the People's Republic of China. Wait a minute, let me finish.
Reclaiming
We're
my
talking
time,
about
Madam
a
Chairman.
massive crime
Madam Chairman, it is
Mr. Connolly
it
has
is
the
my
time.
time. It is my time. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I would ask the ranking member, I hear Mr. Smith and Mr. Marino quoting from a 2008 Bush administration report. I would ask the ranking member, is it not the case that there was a 2009 report that in fact found there was no violation of Kemp Kasten?
That is, in fact, correct.
So it's convenient to cite a 2008 report, but not convenient to cite a 2009 report. Is that correct?
Would the gentleman yield?
I would.
I would love to see that report.
Mr.
Because
Berman,
again,
wait,
the President of the United
excuse
States
me,
said 3 days.
Excuse me. So, Mr. Berman, you have answered the question to Mr. Connolly. Mr. Connolly, would you like to yield to Mr. Smith?
Madam Chairman, that was the point I was going to make. We're being awfully selective in the reporting we want to cite, and I think the point has been made by Mr. Ackerman and Mr. Berman and others that essentially this is nothing but insinuation. The fact that UNFPA is in China, the fact that China has a policy in place we don't like, correctly so, makes UNFPA guilty, even though there are other UN agencies, I might add, in China. And at least I give Mr. Smith credit, he's being consistent. We, based on his logic and that of the author of the underlying legislation, this committee ought to be considering legislation to force U.S. companies to disinvest in China because all money is fungible, and apparently guilt by association is the order of the day. And that's what this legislation represents. With that, I would, do my colleagues seek?
I'm not sure.
I would yield to Mr. Ackerman.
I just want to say I'm not sure who was Edgar Bergen and who was Charlie McCarthy, but I just wanted to thank you for.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield back his time?
I do, Madam Chairman.
Do any, yes, Mr.
Could I just say,
Smith is,
Madam Chair, that it is
Mr. Connolly
absolutely-
yields back, and Mr. Smith is
that it's
recognized.
absolutely consistent to condition funding.
Oh, I am
for
sorry,
grants.
Mr. Smith, I do apologize. I had said that I was going to recognize Ms. Schmidt first. And Ms. Schmidt is recognized at this time for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I apologize.
And I really appreciate all the dialogue that is going on with this issue. There, I think, is an overriding concern here, and that's how do we best spend the hardworking American taxpayer dollars in this country and abroad. There was a report in July of 2011 on Fox News regarding unspent money in various UN agencies, over $12.2 billion in unspent money. One of those agencies was this, with $500 million in unspent money, which is about what their annual budget is. Now, no matter where you are on this issue, apparently they've got the money to run themselves for another year without our help. There are also other member organizations that can pick up the slack. My concern is how do we help our hardworking taxpayer Americans understand that we are being prudent and wise with their money. This is their money. This is not our money. And if you see an agency that's flush with cash, maybe you just don't give that agency money this year. You know, the super committee is charged with doing massive cuts, and if they don't come up with their job, we might see massive cuts for our men and women on the battlefield and our men and women that are in nursing homes, the elderly, the Medicare population. Nobody wants to see either, so we have to find dollars. And $500 million is a lot of money, at least where I come from, where I grew up. And I think that's a lot of money to the American public as well. And so when we're looking at how do we fund the agencies in the UN, maybe we pick agencies that actually need the money, that don't have money in the cash reserves. That's where I'm coming from, Madam Chair, on this. I want to make sure that our hardworking Americans are having the dollars that they send to the federal government being spent prudently and wisely and efficiently, and not going to agencies that already have the cash to operate. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schmidt. And hearing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the Cicilline amendment, Cicilline-Schwartz amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Cicilline requests a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Falia-Mavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Serres? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 13 ayes and 22 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. Mr. Cicilline is recognized to offer his second amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My second amendment is Amendment 650.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island. In Section 1, insert, quote, "and except as provided in Section 2," end quote, before, quote, "the Secretary of State," end quote.
The chair reserves a point of order and recognizes the author for 5 minutes to explain the amendment while the copies are given out. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My amendment would allow the United States to continue supporting UNFPA in their critical efforts to end the practice of female genital cutting. And I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague, Congressman Deutsch, for his eloquent words earlier on this important issue. Every year, approximately 3 million women and girls in Africa alone face the prospect of female genital mutilation, while 100 to 140 million worldwide have already undergone this hideous practice. UNFPA and UNICEF are working together and making real progress to end this horrific practice. 3 years ago, into the joint program, more than 6,000 communities in Ethiopia, Egypt, Kenya, Senegal, Burkina Faso, the Gambia, Guinea, and Somalia have already abandoned this practice. Successes come from UNFPA and UNICEF's work in educating communities and changing social norms and cultural practices, leading women and men in communities to unite to protect the rights and health of girls. My amendment would allow UNFPA and UNICEF to continue their important and often life-saving work in combating female genital mutilation. I strongly urge my colleagues to support my amendment and to again oppose the underlying bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Do any members seek recognition? Seeing no recognition request, hearing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the Cicilline amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Cicilline requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Seras? Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Royce?
Mr. Royce?
Mr. Royce votes no.
Mr. Sears?
Mr. Seras votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 13 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. Who has amendments at the desk? Mr. Keating is recognized.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059 offered by Mr. Keating. In Section 1, insert, quote, and accept as provided in Section 2, end quote, before, quote.
The chair reserves a point of order, recognizes the author for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment will allow the United States to continue working with the United Nations Population Fund to end the practice of early and forced marriages worldwide. If we agree on one thing, let it be this, that child marriages only contribute to the devastating cycle of poverty, keeping young girls and women from receiving the proper education and harming them both physically and mentally. These young women then have young children of their own, and they're brought into another dangerous environment themselves. It's estimated that at the decade ending in 2014, more than 100 million girls in the developing world will be married before the age of 18. That means 10 million children each year are jeopardizing their future, their health, and their well-being. The majority of child brides are exposed to frequent sexual relations, leading to repeated pregnancies and childbirth before they're really ready physically or mentally for this. And the pregnancy-related deaths are also among the leading causes of mortality in 15 to 19-year-old girls. And those aged under 15 are 5 times more likely to die than those averaged over 20. Infant mortalities are also twice as high in babies born to young mothers. Respectfully, I urge you to support this amendment. It's one area that we've cut out of this that I think should have universal agreement.
Sir, the chair withdraws her point of order. Are there any requests for recognition? Seeing no requests for recognition, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Keating requests
request
a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Sires? Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 14 ayes and 20.
Sorry. Mr. Chandler?
Mr. Chandler votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote now.
Madam Chairman, on that vote, there are 15 ayes and 20 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to this bill? Mr. Murphy is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. In Section 1, insert, quote, and except as provided in Section 2, end quote, before quote.
The chair reserves a point of order and recognizes the author, Mr. Murphy, for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment would allow for UNFPA to carry out activities dedicated to family-centered family planning throughout the world. And I think it underscores the surrealness of some of the debate that we've been having here today. There's not a single person on this panel that doesn't abhor and oppose the forced abortion policies that have been outlined over and over and over again over the course of this debate. What we're talking about is the best way for the United States to intervene and stop those policies. Now, I will certainly sell someone the Brooklyn Bridge if they believe that by withdrawing funds from UNFPA that China is all of a sudden going to stop this policy. The question is, what can we do to build a social resistance movement within China towards responsible family planning? And so this amendment is pretty simple. It would allow UNFPA to conduct family-centered family planning as part of their activities. The fact is that this country has a long history of combating irresponsible and reprehensible policies around the globe by funding responsible and humane policies to give people in those countries a vision as to what life would be like if they threw off the yoke of that inhumanity. Now, we've heard rumor and innuendo about what UNFPA does, and little to no evidence, certainly within the most recent report from the Department of State, that they're actually funding and supporting these activities on the ground in China. And so I would put forward this amendment, frankly, as a way to get at the problem that I think we all agree on. I would also note that we've spent a lot of time talking about China here today, and there was the ability for the majority to offer an amendment here that was specific to China. But they didn't. They put forward an amendment that bans UNFPA from operating with American funds anywhere in the globe. And it strikes me, frankly, that this amendment is part of an assault that we've seen in this Congress on family planning and contraception, both abroad and in the United States. And because there was a much more targeted response that could have been offered here, it makes more sense to me that the amendment that we're looking at fits within this much broader attempt to defund contraception and birth control services, whether here in this country or across the globe. And I've heard several of the proponents of this legislation sort of champion the fact that it came out of this U-Cut proposal, that came out of this U-Cut movement. And it, I think saddens me to know that we have now sort of devolved into a government that legislates by internet voting. It's bad enough that the media covers this place like a soap opera or a reality TV show. We now are proud of the fact that we're having proposals before this committee and this Congress that come from internet votes. And I think what happens is you get extreme proposals like this that could have been much more targeted. We could have been having a conversation about how we specifically take on the issue of forced abortion in China. And instead, we are denying funding to family planning services across the world, family planning services that have, over time, linked 56 million women across the world with access, that have driven down the rate of unintended pregnancies by the millions, that have saved thousands upon thousands of women's lives from the consequences of unintended pregnancies that go wrong in the delivery room. And so I would offer this amendment, I think, as a way to properly fund the kind of responsible family planning that ultimately convinces people in countries like China that they should no longer accept the type of practices that we all abhor. And I think it's probably a good idea for all of us to step back and wonder whether we should be crowing about the fact that an internet vote leads us to this debate today, or whether we should be having a little bit more thoughtful discussion with our constituents and with our colleagues about how we go about foreign aid. I yield back the balance of my
Thank you so much. And seeing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the Murphy amendment. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Murphy requests a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? No. Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? No. Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Sorry, Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Carnahan? Yes. Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Sears? Aye. Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 14 ayes and 22 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. And for what I think is the last amendment, Mr. Murphy is recognized. I mean, Mr. Keating. So sorry,
you.
sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Keating has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Keating and Mr. Cicilline, to prohibit funding to the UN Population Fund, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, Section 1, Prohibition on Funding to the United Nations Population Fund. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Secretary of State may not make a contribution to the United States Population Fund, UNFPA, which would support
The
coercive...
chair reserves a point of order and recognizes the author for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This really dovetails into the comments that my colleague who just preceded me talked about. One of the things that I had considered as a final amendment was not allowing funds at all to a country that had a policy of coercive abortion and a policy like China's one-child policy. I was concerned, however, Madam Chair, that there might be a point of order against that, and to try and be on point and to have this survive a point of order and make clear one thing, and that is this, that there's been a lot of arguments that have been made through the course of the discussion of this, that the reason people opposed it was because of China's one-child policy or its coercive abortion policy, albeit there have been other arguments that have made in terms of financing and the use of funds. Generally speaking, whether or not we can afford that, from my standpoint, I think that these are really cost-saving measures that are going to save our country in other respects so many times over that it's good investment. However, I put this amendment in to just clarify the fact that, and make as part of this legislation something that's there with the reauthorization of ChemCaston that we do, and just make sure that we're clear, those of us that want to be like myself, that we do not want any of the UN FPA funds used for coercive abortion and China's one-child policy. So that's the intent of it. The intent of it is one of clarification for those of us that want to be clear on something that perhaps through the course of the discussion today wasn't clear. With that, I hope that this amendment is adopted. I do think it serves as a very strong message from this committee. I think for those of us that believe the UN FPA funding serves some purpose, it also clarifies the fact that many of us do not want to make sure that those funds are not used that way. And I think this complements ChemCaston in that respect. And for that matter, I hope and urge all the members of the committee who have spoken so strongly on this issue to work together and find an amendment we can all agree on. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield my
Thank you so much. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith is recognized.
I would just say that the first part of Ms. Elmer's proposed bill is notwithstanding any other provision of law. We know that ChemCaston has not, or we believe it has not been faithfully adhered to. The President of the United States on January 23rd, 2009, a couple days after he took office, I look forward to restoring U.S. financial support to the UN Population Fund. There had been no analysis done by the State Department. There had been no due diligence done. This would shift it back to the administration to suggest that they're going to take another look at it. They can do that right now. It is because we are frustrated by the lack of application of a ChemCaston in a faithful way that Ms. Elmers is offering this very, very important human rights bill.
And the gentleman yields back. Mr. Cicilline is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not sure I understood the argument that was just advanced. If in fact the concern is that resources would be devoted to supporting coercive abortion or supporting China's one-child policy, Mr. King's amendment makes it very clear that that cannot happen in this provision of the bill. And whether ChemCaston clearly already does that, this reinforces that, and I think would go a long way to settling once and for all, so we won't have to spend lots of time on this application. this question because it will be clearly stated in the bill. But I'd also like to ask if a member of the committee knows the answer to this. I've been advised that not a single penny of U.S. taxpayer money is spent in China by UNFPA. Not one penny. And if that's true...
If the gentleman would like Mr. Smith to respond
yes,
to that.
I'd certainly yield to Mr.
First, on the latter point, money is absolutely fungible, and the money that we contribute, it all really comes down, I say to my good friend, how barbaric do you regard forced abortion to be? This organization
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
No,
I'm reclaiming. I think there's no question it's barbaric. That there's no disagreement about that. But
and
if
we do
in
this in
fact,
other programs.
I've reclaimed my time.
Mr. Cicilline has the time.
If in fact, no, and I appreciate the gentleman's passion on this. I think we all have the same view. Of course, it is barbaric. But if in fact it is true, and it seems to be confirmed by your response to my question, that not a single penny of U.S. taxpayer money is spent in China by UNSPA, that's an important fact. And so I think it confirms that the Kemp-Castaing is being applied. It will make the Keating Amendment just a reinforcement of that. But in fact, taxpayer money is not currently being spent by this agency, U.S. taxpayer money in China, not a single penny. That's an important fact for the committee to know.
Mr. Smith wants to know if he could yield.
Let me say to my colleague that, again, this is grant money. There's no treaty obligation here. This is grant money. Who we donate to does matter. If the organization has a program that supports coercive population control, refuses any kind of transparency, I think we have a reason to say we'll put the money somewhere else. Let me also point to my friend and colleague that in the bill we just passed, the underlying law, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, makes it very clear that the department will terminate any grant, contract, or cooperative agreement if the grantee or sub-grantee engages in any severe form of human trafficking. Severe form is one instance. Here we're talking about massive imposition of human rights abuse upon women.
No, I agree, and I reclaim my time. It would seem to me that that would argue in favor of the amendment. And the key word you just said is if there's an agency that does that, I think we've seen emphatically that they do not support this policy, that they do not support, in fact, they support voluntary decision-making in healthcare. So I agree with you. If that were the case, that would warrant looking at their funding. But that is not the fact that we've heard repeatedly throughout this hearing and from the supporting materials we got prior to this hearing. So I don't know if he wants to
very briefly. 2 weeks ago, I held a hearing on the massive crime against women and children on the 32nd anniversary. I hate the word anniversary, but remembering that that's when, almost to the day that program was initiated, with the UNFPA having a hand-in-glove relationship since 1979 with the hardliners in Beijing. With all due respect, not one Democratic member showed up. And I hoped desperately for members to be there to hear the testimony from Chai Ling, 2 other women who were forcibly aborted, because it's not until you really realize the desperation that these women have suffered going through that forced abortion, the fact that in one case the woman talked about how they held her husband. There's no doubt that they hold other family members, they being the state family planning cadres, until the woman submits to a voluntary abortion.
Thank you. Mr. Cicilline's time has expired. Hearing no further requests for oh, yes, sorry. You are recognized for 5 minutes, Mr.
I will not take 5 minutes, but I've been sitting here throughout this debate, and maybe this amendment should have been the first amendment that was brought up today, because I don't think there's a single member on this committee, and with respect to Mr. Smith and others, that supports this any kind of coercive abortion policy. Not one member on this committee, I would venture to say. And if that's the case, then we should all support this amendment. This is clear. No matter what you think is going on, whether you think this is already in current law or not, or needs clarification, this seems very clear that funds would not go to this. I think we all should be able to agree on that. Let's do that instead of sending a mixed message about what we're doing with these funds. This amendment, I think, helps clear that up, and I would hope we can support this amendment. Thank you,
I think
Madam Chair.
before you yield back, I think Mr. Burton wanted to see if you would yield instead of taking his own time. Mr. Burton?
I would yield to my friend from Indiana.
Dealing
yes.
with the definition of support by the administration. Mr. Burton, he's yielding.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. By allowing the administration to define support, this would be a reversion to the status quo, and the other side is making our point. The administration currently claims that UNFPA funding does not support China's coercive policy. There is obviously disagreement.
Mr. Burton yields back, and do you yield back your
I
time?
happily yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, sir. And Mr. Marino is recognized.
1 minute. My colleague on the other side at the end, we passionately argue, it's in our heritage. But I do want to clarify one statement. There is a report, according to Secretary of State Colin Powell, when he was Secretary of State, stated that the UNFPA contributed vehicles and computers to the Chinese to carry out their population control policies. Now, I was not being selective in reports, as it was stated. I was only answering a question that has been repeatedly asked. Give us some information or a fact, and I have to believe Colin Powell, that funds have been used by the Chinese to carry that out. Granted, it was when the Secretary of State was in office, and then there has been a subsequent report. So I just wanted to make that clear. According to Colin Powell, expenditures were made. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Seeing no further requests for recognition, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it,
Madam
and the
Chair,
amendment is not agreed to.
I definitely ask for a
And Mr.
recorded vote
Keating
on
asked
this.
for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
No.
The chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Burton votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino?
No.
Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Serres? Mr. Serres votes aye. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Ms. Schwartz? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes
Have all
aye.
members been recorded? Mr. Manzullo?
Mr. Manzullo votes no.
Ms. Schwartz? Ms. Schwartz?
Ms. Schwartz votes aye.
Aye.
Ms. Schwartz votes aye.
The clerk is good. She edits your votes. Clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 16 ayes and 22 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. And like a typical politician, I fibbed. I said it was the last amendment, but Mr. Meeks has the last amendment, I'm sure. Mr. Meeks is recognized, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2059, offered by Mr. Meeks and Ms. Wilson. In Section 1, insert, quote, "and except as provided in Section 2," end quote, before, quote, "the Secretary of State," end quote. Add at the end of the following, Section 2, exception. Section 1 shall not apply in the case of contributions to UNFPA to carry out activities in Haiti.
And Mr. Meeks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you to the ranking member, Mr. Berman. Now, this basically is a simple amendment that we have before us today, and it states that 2059 would not apply to activities in Haiti. Now, overall, this bill, I have problems with it, period. But when you look at what is taking place in Haiti, and to say that UNFPA should not provide the vital services that it is currently providing in Haiti, it provides critical health services to both mothers and children, especially in nations that are impoverished. To me, it becomes, a matter of we really need to examine our own consciences if we talk about cutting these tremendous services, these much-needed services, to a country like Haiti. Why were we going to hinder the kinds of aid that they need? Why would we have a problem with trying to help mothers and to ensure that mothers are able to celebrate life with her child? What this bill is doing, what this bill talks about, it talks about because as we sit here, this amendment, as we sit here comfortably, there's an entire nation that's in ruins. There's an entire nation attempting to rebuild, and there's an entire nation that we have committed to assisting. So why are we undercutting the commitment to Haiti now? 1 in every 47 pregnancies in Haiti turns fatal during delivery. 1 in every 47 pregnancies in Haiti turns fatal during delivery. Why would we ever dream of cutting funding to a program that recruits senior midwives to dedicate a year in Haiti to address the shortage of experienced maternity clinics? Why would we ever consider cutting funding to a program that provides blood transfusions to a nation such as this? This seems to me the very essence of what we want to do, and if we were honest with ourselves with this piece of legislation, we would target cutting funds to those areas of the UNFPA considered to be offensive, not just get rid of the whole program. A wholesale cutting of funding to an entire program is not a path forward, especially I've not heard any alternatives proposed. So what it will do is, if we eliminate this funding, it's like amputating an arm to deal with an elbow scrape. And no one here would recommend that. And therefore, that's why I've got a problem with recommending passing this bill. Now, I understand the spirit in which things are done, but I would ask all my colleagues to seriously consider their votes in its entirety on this bill, and especially also their vote on this amendment, which I think is an amendment that is good, that is still attacked onto a bill that I have a problem with. But in the end, I ask people to please remember Haiti. Please think about how all of us felt when that devastating earthquake took place. We should not, and we made a commitment then, it shouldn't have been just a 2-week effort to help those individuals in Haiti. It should have been a continuing struggle, a continuing fight and commitment on our part. Eliminating all funding to Haiti will show that we are going back on our word then and turning our back on the neediest of the need. And we talk about life, well, this helps those women who are pregnant bring that life forward without that child dying in birth. And so, Madam Chair, I ask that we vote aye on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, sir. Seeing and hearing no further requests for time, the question occurs on the Meeks amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Meeks would like a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll, please.
Madam Chair,
No.
the chairman votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Burton? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes no. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes aye. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes aye. Mr. Faleomavega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes aye. Mr. Sears? Mr. Sears votes aye. Mr. Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Connolly votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Ms. Schwartz? Ms. Schwartz votes aye. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
You're not recorded, Mr. Burton. Mr. Burton votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 16 ayes and 22 noes.
The noes have it, and the question is not agreed to. Hearing no further amendments, the question occurs on agreeing to the bill H.R. 2059. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The chairman votes aye. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Burton? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes aye. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes aye. Mr. Manzullo? Mr. Manzullo votes aye. Mr. Royce? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Paul? Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack votes aye. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry votes aye. Mr. McCall? Mr. Poe? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Ms. Schmidt? Ms. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Ms. Burkle? Ms. Burkle votes aye. Ms. Elmers? Ms. Elmers votes aye. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Berman votes... Mr. Berman votes no. Mr. Ackerman? Mr. Ackerman votes no. Mr. Falem-Avega? Mr. Payne? Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes no. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan votes no. Mr. Serres?
No.
Mr. Serres votes no. Mr. Connolly?
No.
Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler votes no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Schwartz? Ms. Schwartz votes no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Keating? Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no.
Members been recorded.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Burton, you are not recorded. Mr. Burton votes no.
Yes, yes, yes. Sorry.
Mr. Burton off no, on aye. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce votes aye.
Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Griffin votes aye.
Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes
Yes.
no.
Mr. McCall.
Mr. McCall?
I vote aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The ayes have it, and the question is agreed to. The chair moves that the bill be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. I want to thank all the members and the staff for their work and the cooperation that went into today's markup. Having concluded our business, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you very much.